Hello. How you doing? So yeah, forgive me for being a little bit on the late side today. I had to talk to my brother-in-law about things. So we had to figure some things out. Don't worry, it was a very productive conversation. It was a very productive conversation. You understand? Capiche? Very productive. It was good. So now I'm gonna have some of my coffee, and we're gonna do space things after that. Here's some test footage. It downloaded the test footage, man. You don't have to, but I have 84,000 points. Whoa, Ron, I don't know who's nose getting whacked. I don't know what you're talking about. I'll run the ad. Run the ad for you. There you go. Run the ads. It's good. Okay.
Discovery, go at throttle.
Hello there. Hey, Laserman. Look, a shiny button must press. So I assume you saw the huge City Skylines update. Yeah. Got to complete the weekly challenge, man. We got to do that. You have to do it. All right. 16 new road types. Really? All right. Hold on. Hang on. Yeah, this is what was linked before. Let's see what we got. Real quick. And then we'll load up Kerbal. Bonkers.
I'm sure the very name itself gets you all excited
Discovery,
about what's in
go at
store.
throttle up.
Hey, Chris.
So let's dive in.
Bonkers.
The Hubs and Transport update contains 9 new transport hubs, 15 new roads, 15 new vehicles,
London
along
taxi.
with many new props, new assets, new plazas,
Parking
new
lots.
buildings, and
Parking lots.
quality of life.
Oh, finally.
Let's start off with some of those shiny new transport hubs we all enjoy. Who doesn't love connecting up their different transport networks?
Larking
across
bots.
the city with a
Barking
well-designed
bots.
and efficient hub. These hubs cover harbour to bus, multi-level metro, harbour bus,
Never go harbor to bus. What's wrong with you?
monorail, harbour ferry,
I don't know, I
and
just made
even
that up.
more.
Thought it sounded
What about
funny.
the new roads? Well, whichever new roads you use, your citizens will be thanking you for the new wide sidewalks. The
This guy sounds like he comes from the same neighborhood as Bald and Bankrupt.
beautiful asymmetry to keep the traffic flowing, or even the interconnectedness of the transit options on tree-lined streets. And just to mention a couple of the many quality
Oh
of
yeah.
life changes. First
That's
off,
right.
the
That's
new
right.
search and sort options open any build menu, and using the handy search box.
In the heat of the moment, it's okay to go harbor to bus. All right. Okay, cool. You know what makes me feel a little bit better? You guys picked up on that too. Harbor to bus? No, don't ever do that.
Type in what you want, and voila, there it is. This next one will help me
Good luck,
out
Dama.
immensely.
Godspeed.
A new sorting filter on the roads build menu. Roads now have filters for
Roads.
one-way versus two-way roads, the amount of lanes,
What accent is this? Guys, don't say British accent. I'll slap you. What accent is this?
and also decorations / public transport lanes where applicable. And finally, capacity text has now been added
Midlands,
next
Nick.
to all of the public
Yeah, that's what I thought.
transport vehicles available to you, which again will be a
Look at all of
massive
them.
time saver.
Dude, different trains with different
And
capacities
is an
and stuff.
excellent quality
Dude,
of life addition.
they have those Dutch boat bus things. UK?
Well, what vehicular delights await us? How about a brand new black taxi cab? New
London taxi.
Metros from 120 capacity.
How have I not caught you playing KSP2 yet? I don't know, man. I'm gonna play.
Up to a
I'm gonna load up KSP in a second. Stop yelling at me.
A large articulated evacuation bus along with new monorails and ferries too. I don't think we've ever transported our citizens around in as much style as we can now. And how about a teaser for some of the new assets and buildings that are available? There's a new city key wall, 5 new trees.
Caravanners are in the game.
5 new trees by Mr. Mason. More decorative parking lot.
Decorative?
A new suburban fence. And a new plaza to celebrate 8 years of city skylines. And much, much more. So which of the new items in the Hubs and Transport free update are you most looking forward to? Let us know in the comments below. Thanks for watching, and be sure to subscribe so you don't miss out on all the amazing
It's all good, Noah. Don't worry about
City
it.
Skylines content coming your way soon.
Alright. Oh, that looks neat. Wait a minute. 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 Was it always like that? Why is there a space between the front wheel and the second wheel? What? What? It might be missing a wheel? No. Has it always? It is like that! Oh, I hate it. I hate it so much. Why? Mass distribute. PY, explain yourself. Explain. What the hell is this? Why would you do this? What's that gap about? I hate it. I don't like it at all. I'm sure there's a reason for it. Just, I hate it. What? Why? My suspicion is that the front needs more travel and the rear is heavier. Weight distribution is probably the reason. It's not as ugly as black off-center lines on the Saturn V. You dick. You dick. You went there. Why would you say that? Oh, I can't even look at... Dude, it's just... it's just... Why would you do this? Oh, thank God you can't see it in that picture. I hate it so much. I hate... Why? Why? First wheel needs to have more space because it is heavier and the first to hit uneven terrain. Yeah, that makes sense. Ugh. I'm alright. I'm alright. What are we hating? The raceway is off-centered on the Saturn V. J-Speed. Look. It's off-centered. It goes... It's not centered on the vehicle. It's wrong.
Discovery, go and throttle
It's
up.
wrong. Look. Look at it. It's off-centered. It's not even centered on the damn stripe. Just... Wait, do you see the hidden arrow in the FedEx logo? You sick
Discovery,
son of a...
go and throttle up.
Okay, I'm more... I am more concerned that I never noticed that. To be honest with you, I'm more concerned that I've never noticed that. Even very new tanks like the Abrams have... No, don't do this to me. Don't ruin that tank for me. I love that tank. Oh, mother... frick. I hate it. Yeah, Arbalest, I've never noticed that. That's infuriating. But it's kind of okay because it's got a jet engine in it, but that's infuriating. I understand why it's there. I get the reasons. It makes sense. I have noticed that one front, yeah. Is every tank like that? Hold on. Let me look at like at M60A. Does an M60 do that? Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. Okay. All right. All right. All right. We're good. Oh, see? See, that's nice. I like that. I like that. What's this conversation about? Goatbot, I was scrolling through my Twitter's feed, and I noticed that a T-54 and a T-55 have a spaced front wheel. The front wheel is spaced forward, and I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. And the Abrams has it too. I hate it. Yeah. The Patton, though. It's a good tank. Look at that thing. Look at that. Nice. Evenly spaced. Perfect. There's an even bigger gap in the front bogey to the last one. No, there isn't. No, no. Stop it. Stop it. Stop doing this. EJ hates tension wheels. We solved it. Is it the tensioner wheel? That makes more sense. It's the yeah, you got to tension the tank treads. We figured that out when we made tracked vehicles. You have to do that. Okay, so I have an idiot question. If there's any tankers out there, ever seen a mouse tank? I like the mouse tank. But I like that it's useless. It's a cool looking tank, and I'm really happy that it never did anything in anger because it's useless. You know, like, what are you going to do with that thing? Okay, EJ's got an idiot question time. Why wouldn't you tension this one? Why would you use that as your idler? Or, well, these are the idlers. Why would you use this one as your tension? Mouse, more like house. Thing was freaking useless, man. Even the Germans thought it was useless. Actually, you can tell that that's the tensioning wheel. Look, you can tell it's a tensioning wheel. Why wouldn't you use the idlers for your the top idler wheels? Why wouldn't you use those? No, I know the front one is slightly. I see it. I see it, Aqualex. I see it. I see it. Not enough travel. Yeah. I mean, Signer, because, yeah, the treads are like tensioning a belt, right? Like, I get it. I get it. I don't like it, but I get it. I don't like it. I get it. But that just looks goofy to me. That looks... You know what that looks like? You know the German half-tracks? It looks like that. It looks like that to me, and I can't unsee it, and I hate it. That thing. I don't know what it's called. I can't say the name. Can't say the name. It looks like that. It looks ridiculous. Okay, the American half-track looks way better than that, okay? Panzer Shift Zimbabwe or something. Okay, it's the tensioning wheel. All right, that makes sense. But also, I don't like it. The half-track, bad on roads and terrain. Yeah, you get the best of both worlds. Or the worst of both. Okay, so what we're basically doing here is establishing that the Patton tank is one of the nicest looking tanks ever devised. That is beautiful. It's a beautiful tank. Tank size comparison, eh? Wow, the Abrams is a chunker of a tank. Look at that thing. Wowzers. There it is again. That damn wheel. Why would... Oh, this picture drives that home. I get it. I get it. I see why they did that. There's no idler wheels up here. They probably did that for simplicity, if I had to guess. There's no idlers up here. See that? The Abrams has idlers up there. So what's an idler? It's just a wheel up here that carries the tread. It idles the tread, right? That is not an Abrams. You sure? Could be a Merc. Or is it, or a Challenger maybe? Yeah, either way. I see it. I see it. There's no idler wheels. And because there's no idler, you have to move that thing. There's the thing to move it right there. Okay. Might be a prototype? No, it's not a Merc. That's a British tank. I don't know my British tanks. I don't care. No, yeah, I know. Chieftain, Challenger, yeah, I get it. Chieftain's a good tank. Interesting. I know about Sprocket Motorman, yeah. Exposed tracks were a thing before RPGs. Yep. Then there's the best tank. Then there's the best tank of all time. Do you guys know what my favorite tank is? M4, the external tank? Oh, I like the external tank. That's a good tank. Merc? No, that's a good guess, though. That's a nice tank. If you said Panther, you'd be close, but it's not a Panther. It's not a Panther. If you said Abrams, you'd be even closer. It's not an Abrams either. Ripsaw? No, not my style. Leopard? Good tank. Good tank. In my top 5. Leopard 2 is in my top 5. That's a good tank. It's the Crane one. The M88. Because, you know, here's what I like about tanks. I like the mechanical parts. The gun part is cool. Don't get me wrong. But I like tanks with cranes on them. I like tanks with cranes on them. I like that. That is cool. Okay? That's a cool tank. Because, you know, it's got a bulldozer on it and a crane. I like cranes. And I like tanks. Didn't you say close to a Panther? No, I said a Panther would be close to my, like, favorite tank. It's not my all-time favorite tank. Panther's my favorite tank from World War II. Yeah. Yeah. When it works. Bridge layers are cool. Bridge layers are also... Yeah. The Sherman was better than the Panther? If you like the mechanic, you should look up the Brückenlegspanzer. Was ist das, Manny? I will Google. Ah, yeah, yeah, bridge layers. Yeah, bridge layer tanks are cool. I like those. Those are cool. And look, all the wheels are nice and spaced correctly. Look at Counter-Strike 2. I've seen Counter-Strike 2, yeah. What do you think about this one? M113s? Yeah, M113s are up there too. That's in my top 10. I like M113s. Yeah. But the Panther could have been amazing. Yeah, that's my favorite. Because, you know, you just repossess the other guy's tank. The AEV3. Okay, let's see. Oh! Yeah, I don't hate that. KV2. The KV2 is a big boy, if I'm remembering right. Oh, God. No. 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 Why? What? It looks... It looks... Yeah. There we go. There we go. Now we're talking. Right there. See? See? The wheels are all spaced. It was made right. Same gun. I know, but it doesn't look ridiculous. They took a Navy turret and put it on tracks. That's why. Yeah, it wouldn't be the first time somebody wanted to do that. You guys know about the, the rat tank? This frickin' useless thing? What about the Stridswagen 103? That has a battleship cannon on it because... Alright. What is that? What is this? What? It looks like you took a tank and crushed it in a compactor. That's a Swedish tank, right? That's the Swedish tank, and that's the Swedish tank with like active suspension. It can like pop up, shoot, and then melt back down, right? Like that's what it can do, right? It's designed to just pop out of the woods, shoot, and then get back down, right? Yeah, and it can be operated by one person. That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. It's like a VR4. Yeah. It pops out. The tank has like, it has switches so it can like kneel down and stuff. So like you can actually angle the gun, right? Or you can pop up the tank, shoot over a hill, and then crouch back down with your tank. I know about that thing. Yeah, lowrider tank. Well, that's the reason in this other picture over here. That other picture, that Challenger next to the T-55, and then they made lower profile tanks. That was like a meta in the 70s. Everybody wanted like a lower profile tank so you could like pop out from behind a hill, shoot something, and then get back down. I do wonder if it's effective though. Well, nobody's invaded Sweden, so I don't think it's because of that, but also. Torsion bars are amazing pieces of suspension. Yeah, torsion bars are great for tanks. Very, very simple. If I was designing a tank, whenever I would design my tanks in Hearts of Iron, we always had I always put torsion bars on them. See that? Look at what the torsion bars are doing. Very nice. Dude, I have a car with torsion bar suspension in my driveway. Anybody know which one it is? Cornet. Yeah, Cornet has torsion bars just like that, dude. Yep. No, my Dodge, the Coronet has longitudinal torsion bars. So the front suspension has two torsion bars that are inside of the wheels. So the front wheels are here, the front of the car's here. And there's two torsion bars and the wheels go like this. Like if you're looking at it from the front, wheels can go like that. And then there's two torsion bars here that twist. Really cool, actually. Really simple, really simple suspension. Volkswagen Beetles have torsion bars, but they're transverse, like the tank, actually. How would you make a Centaur in KSP2? With parts? Alright, we gotta do our Saturn V nuclear-powered third stage. Tanks aside, I like tanks. Tanks are cool. I don't really like the gun part. The gun part's kind of cool. Like, don't get me wrong. If someone was like, here, EJ, have this tank with a gun on top, I'd be like, yep. Yeah, I want this. I want this. Yeah, that would be nice. I would really appreciate that. But also, the bridge laying tank is... Well, it didn't get louder. The bridge laying tank is cool. I do like that. How do you feel about excavators then? I like excavators. I like construction equipment, man. Obviously. Yeah. Love excavators. Okay. There's a YouTuber called Whistling Diesel. He makes a lot of money by messing up stuff. But one of the things that's very admirable is he bought a Cat 336, like a gigantic, the biggest excavator that you can buy. Because, I'd do that. Yeah, if we were making like ninja money or something, I would buy construction equipment. No reason. I think it's cool. Some trucks have front torsion bars. Ford Explorers used to have them. Nerd, that's right. Chevy S10s, I believe, had them too. Yeah, no, that would be cool. Should just buy a MiG-21 for a lawn decoration. Last tank for the day. Rothman, what's that? Dude. What in the name of German efficiency is this? What in the Oh, it's the Minesweeper. That's a Minesweeper tank. Cool. Yeah, it just swinging the chain. That's what it does. This tiller goes down, right? And then it just starts swinging the chains on a rope and blows up landmines. That's a Minesweeper tank. Cool. Aren't sway bars technically torsion bars? And Commoner, I guess I never really thought about it that way. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Hobart. Yeah, isn't that... Didn't a guy invent this for clearing mines, like, during the D-Day invasion and stuff? Hobart? I remember that. Yeah, dude, the tiller just goes into the ground and it just digs everything out and the thing just whacks the landmine. See that? That's cool, man. Yeah, just drive forward and swing the tiller and just boom, 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 boom. It just literally hits the landmine with a baseball bat. It's one hell of a sound. Rothman, it probably sounds like a freaking mechanized unit of robots is like waiting for Kerbal Minesweeper program. The entirety of KSP is a Minesweeper program, man. Don't you get it? Oh. That wasn't a civilian helicopter that flew over, by the way. Yeah. Yeah, that was a UH-60, I think. Yeah. Alrighty. Let's roll. This is the true Minesweeper. Talk about tanks, see if it comes back. Now, we need a nuclear third stage now. I'm sure if talking about tanks is going to warrant the helicopter, talking about nuclear-powered third stages and launching them into space. It'll definitely come back. What was the name? Was Hobart the same dude, guys, that, what was it? They took the tank traps that were on the beach, right? They took the tank traps that were on the beach, and they started arc welding the tank traps to the front of the tanks so they could cut through the French hedgerows. Is it the same dude? Because some crazy melon farmer came up with a way for the tanks to get through the hedgerows, because hedgerows were ambush points for the Germans. The tank would get stuck in the hedgerow and they would just blow the tank away. They literally just... So, okay, if you've ever played, like, Warhammer 40k... Anybody ever played Warhammer 40k? Like, I'm talking about the miniature game. Like, if you look at, like, Predator tanks and, like, Lehman Russ tanks, they have those crazy spikes attached to the front. That's where they got the idea. They literally took tank traps and welded them. Field modification. They welded them to the front of the tanks. And that made it so they could cut through the hedgerows. See that? Yeah, see? Just, that's on an M5. Right there. See that? Yeah, they started doing stuff like that, and that's where 40k got that aesthetic from. The Abrams suspension is just complicated. Look at that thing. Yeah, the hedgerow cutters, exactly. Oh god, not, dude. Not those things. This thing. The duplex drive. What a stupid idea that was. Ugh, I remember reading about this. Yes, guys, let's try to make our tanks float. It worked. Okay. Okay. Ga. Alright. You're right. It did work. Okay. You remember this thing? Everybody knows what this is because it's really freaking cool. You remember that thing? That thing works too. Why did they not make this? Anybody? Why did they not make more of this? It's an ecranoplan, alright? It basically compresses the air underneath the wings and uses the ground effect. All that compressed air underneath the wings, you can see how turbulent it is from the water to get the boat to basically hover up off the water, right? Caspian Sea, Hellfish. The A40 albedo? Let's see. Oh yeah, flying tank, yeah. Mm-hmm. So they didn't make that because if you don't have calm waters and this thing hits a wave, you die. Okay? Same thing. Same thing. The duplex drive basically is a drive shaft that comes out the back for a propeller, right? For the tank. Okay? And then you basically lift this canvas thing around you, right? And the tank can float. Except if there's harsh water. Like, oh, I don't know, Omaha Beach. The surf gets a little rough there. To this day, there's probably about, I don't know, 10, 15 Shermans underwater near Omaha Beach. Yeah, they all sank. Oops. As long as the Atlantic Ocean is calm, it will be fine. Yeah, that's part of the reason why Omaha Beach was not fun for the Americans. Not fun. Because they had no tanks. Because they all sank. Yeah, so duplex drives, just... No thanks. No thanks. The ones that did make it were highly valuable to the guys on the beach. Yep. Yep. No tanks, get it? Wish we had more Locust tanks that day. You know what would have been really nice that day, Synerd? An A10. I know, not the right era, but an A10 would have really helped. Really helped for D-Day. That would be useful. They had A20s. The only seaworthy tank I know is the PT-76. PT-76 is an interesting design. BMPs are amphibious, though, if I'm remembering right. Actually, the American Sheridan tank is amphibious, too. It's a tank that you can just drive into the water. You don't need to... They did have the A-10's grandfather, the P-47, which is one of my favorite tanks. They're flying tanks. It is. Saved it. 29 out of how many? Sheridan's a river crosser, not an ocean crosser. Is a PT-76 like full on, like, that's pretty impressive. That's pretty cool. Yeah, Churs, you ain't kidding, brother. You ain't kidding. Actually, guys, I didn't tell you guys about this, but I may have told you. Real quick, we'll get into Cargo Saturn V. We got to do that. So when I flew to Amsterdam, guys, I had a layover in Reykjavik, right? So the way we came in, right? So I flew from Boston to Iceland. Your boy's been to Iceland. I've touched terra firma in Reykjavik, which is actually pretty cool. Not a lot of people can say that. Actually, plenty of people can say that. Iceland's cool. So we flew this way to Amsterdam, right? And we were going into Schiphol this way. The active runway was... Actually, I don't know. I think we went around and then back. But we flew down the east coast of the British Isles, right? And we crossed the channel right here. And then the plane took a left and then came around, right? And dude, all I can just, like, it kind of, I mean, that was my first time going to Europe, right? I've never been. And it just kind of clicked in my head that's like, dude, this is where the Battle of Britain went down. This is where D-Day went down. That's where all that stuff went down. Like, right there. I mean, I know D-Day was over here. I get it. I know. But Point du Hoc right there, Calais, like, yeah, that is where this went down. And it kind of blew my mind a little bit. I was like, damn, dude. I've read about this in books, but, you know, it was super freaking cloudy. And then we got, like, over the Midlands, right? And the clouds went away. And I could see freaking all the channel, like, all the way to Amsterdam. And because, like I said, the plane went around here and we went into Schiphol backwards. Like, it kind of blew my mind a little bit. Tessa, I could see going over... Actually, quick side note, where James May's Toy Story was, Grimsby. Yeah, where he made the train tracks. He made the model train on the old train line. Yeah, we went over that, which was actually pretty cool. That was pretty rad. So I picked that out. I'm like, oh, that's where James May's Toy Story was. And then we flew down this way, right? And then, yeah, we took a left at Calais and then came in this way, like that. And I just remember, like, flying over this, and I'm like, damn, dude. Everything went down right here. That's pretty hardcore. Like, it's pretty nuts, dude. That was like a kind of an existential moment. I'm like, dude, we literally flew like where the Battle of Britain was, like, you know, like the Iron Maiden song, like Aces High and stuff. That's what it, like, it was cool, dude. It really made me happy. Not in that way. Like, I was like, damn, dude, I'm here. That's right, Imgrim. Yeah, they had inflatable tanks. Hey, Jack, what's going on? It's time to Nerva. It is time to Nerva. Look at this. What's that? Oh, dude, you don't... Telling me about Counter-Strike 2 isn't the thing you think it's going to be. Oh, no. It's not the win you think it is, man. Some of those maps I have ingrained in my head. Like Dust 2, CS Italy, DE Office, which it wasn't DE Office, it was called a different map before that. Nuke, Inferno, like those maps are ingrained in my head. I will never forget how to navigate those. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. And then some journalists jumped when you said you put 15,000 hours in KSP. Yeah, they were very confused. Yeah. One of those in your yard yet? No, but I like it. In other news, you got 3090 today. I know, Tessa. Your message that you pinged Modcord at like 6 in the morning woke me up. Thanks for that one. Thank you. That's good, man. I'm glad you got your 3090. All right. It's Nerva time. So, Saturn V. We worked on the Saturn V. We did all the challenges. Oh, get out of that. We did all the challenges up to... Nate has an AMA on the 24th, by the way. Here we go. All the challenges up to Val level. What I was thinking is because I made a Saturn 1B and a Saturn V for Apollo 7, Apollo 8, and Apollo 11, all right? For the Val level, recreate your favorite rocket, either planned or fictional, land a crew on Duna, and return to Kerbin. I want to go Apollo Applications Program, which was basically the AAP was where the Apollo program was going to go had it stayed funded past landing on the moon, okay? I want to go AAP here. And I want to use the Saturn V and the Saturn 1B and the future Apollo architecture for those rockets, right? That they were going to do with the Apollo Applications Program and make Duna architecture with that. So you want to get canceled by Congress. I don't know how you got that from that, but sure. Could AAP and Shuttle have coexisted? Yeah, they tried that, Nova. They tried to pitch that as a thing. Seriously. In lieu of the solid rocket boosters, they tried to pitch literally putting a shuttle and an external tank on top of a Saturn V's, on top of an S1C. They tried to pitch that to basically keep the Saturn architecture intact so you could launch shuttles or Saturn V's. The reality of that situation is kind of funny to me because you literally could have... The shuttle and the Saturn V could have coexisted. They could have literally coexisted. Like, you already had all the launch infrastructure for Saturn V's. But then again, the shuttle was touted as launching like once a week as opposed to like once every 3 months like the Saturn V was. So... They're like, oh, we don't have a need for that. The shuttle will be able to do it. So, I mean, yeah. Yeah, that's what they wanted to do. I'll be honest with you guys, and I'm saying this as a shuttle fan. I love this space shuttle. That is my favorite vehicle by far and away. I think it's way cooler than the Saturn V. Sorry, I know. It's going to piss somebody off. But here's the thing. If I had to choose, I'd take the Saturn V. Like, if say EJ's in charge of the space program in 1972, what do? Do you go with the shuttle or do you go with the Saturn V? I'm taking the Saturn V. Yeah, I'm taking the Saturn V. Yeah, every day of the week. I'm not trading the shuttle. I'm not trading Saturn V for the shuttle program unless the shuttle program had complete architecture to get to the moon in it from the start, which it didn't. So that's why I would take the Saturn V every day of the week. Yeah, you'd take Buran. Okay, so you'd want it to fly once and then get destroyed in a hangar collapse. That's good. Sure. Okay. I do, and don't get me wrong, guys. I love the shuttle program, but I love the shuttle program because it exists. And I don't mean to dump on Buran. Buran's a good idea. It's a good design. It really is. It's not bad considering you had to re-engineer they had to reverse engineer the most complicated vehicle ever devised by man. Yeah, Ukraine. We're gonna make a HAB module. We're gonna start by building a cargo Saturn V and building Skylab. Both things in that picture no longer exist. Shame. Shame. Shame that it came to that. What are you gonna do? But no, we're using upper stage engines, though. Yeah. You beat the challenge. We're gonna do the Duna stuff today, Rob. We got all the way... I did all the Apollo stuff, and I have a really, really nice Saturn V model going here. At least some of the engines from the 225 will be reused on the other chassis that they have. Rebuilding that is going to take time, Yusik. It's going to take time. Yeah. It's going to take time. Honestly, an airframe, guys, that's been on fire. Nope. Don't want that. Yeah. You'd be better off just going and finding the tooling for it, wherever it may be. Where were those planes made? Were they made in Hostimal? I don't know. You'd be better off going and finding the tooling for it and then just manufacturing a new one. I know there's a second chassis around. That thing's been sitting for a long time, dudes. It's been sitting for a long time. 30 years. Yeah, I wouldn't want that. After 50 years, we would have had a propulsively landed Saturn V stage with a guidance computer, 1% its original size. Yeah, Hellfish, that's why I would have kept going with the Saturn V. Because you have lunar architecture and you could pursue reusability. That's what NASA wanted to do. NASA wanted to basically make a dream chaser for the, like, upgrade the CSM into a dream chaser style vehicle. Make a reusable manned spacecraft first, and then pursue reusability later. Dude, think about Dream Chaser on top of a Saturn 1B. That is a very potent manned architecture. It's really good. And then Saturn V acting in a cargo capacity. It's pretty good, dude. Imagine the ISS with a Saturn V put to orbit. Skylab, dude. Just put 2 or 3 Skylabs together and you got something as big as the ISS. You know, launch the Skylab modules with robotic arms on them. Right? It seems like the 225 plane was on the outskirts of Kiev. The Russians messed it up good. Actually, well, Uncommoner, yeah. It wasn't just the Russians. They fought over Hostomel Airport at the beginning. So, like, and I'm not trying to be a jerk about this. They were fighting back and forth, right? So, dude, if you like, I don't blame either side. The airport's just collateral damage. That's what happens when war happens, dude. Freaking, you know, if you know the other guy's coming, you're not. I don't want to take the airport, blow the thing up, right? You saw that all throughout World War II, and Vietnam, and Korea. You know the position's going to be overrun. Scrap everything. That happened like 4 or 5 times at the beginning. Yeah, not a fan of that. If we're gonna do explosions, can we just do explosions out the bottom of this? And the Falklands, yeah, happens all the time. Oh yeah, runways are the first casualty, right? And airports, always. That's literally the reason. That's the reason why this exists. And that's the reason why this exists. That's why the Harrier is a thing. Because if the Cold War had gone hot, the Brits were smart enough to know that their airfields would have gotten taken out. They would have gotten turned to glass real quick, right? So that's why the Brits invented the jump jet. Which I will say, a lot of people like Concorde and stuff. Concorde's awesome, don't get me wrong. Amazing. That's my favorite British plane by a long, well, British and French by a long shot, right? I think that thing is the most ingenious thing that ever came out of the British Isles. That thing is so smart. Like, dude. So, okay, fellas, real quick, I'm going to nerd out about the Harrier for a second. This thing has RCS on it, like a spacecraft. Yes, that type of RCS. It has that, okay? It has RCS. Not a lot of people know that. See this little pod out on the side? See that little hole on the pod? Reaction control system. There's a downward and an upward thruster on the end of the wing. And then there's an upward and a downward thruster. There's the down, like upward is there, downward's up on the top somewhere. See it right there? See that little slit? And then if you look at the back of the Harrier, same exact thing. They have that pod sticking out the back and it has up, down, left, right thrusters on it. There's RCS on the Harrier. So you can, when you're hovering, you can strafe left, right, up, down. Well, not so much up, down, but forward and back, left, right. Right? Smart. So how does the RCS work? Does it have compressed tanks? Oh, see it right there? See that little slit? See, there's the RCS for the back right there. So how does it work? Well, the RCS actually doesn't use any pressurized vessel or anything. No, there's not like hydrazine tanks inside of a Harrier. That would be ridiculous to try and refill in war, right? It uses a tap-off. It taps off the Pegasus combustion chamber pressure, or combustor pressure. Yeah. They use intake air for the RCS on a Harrier. It's literally called reaction control system. It's called a reaction control system. Cool, huh? Yeah. It's either intake or the exhaust. I forget where the exact tap-off on the Harrier is, but it's crazy. It's really, really insanely cool design. One of the things that I wanted the Kerbal 1 developers to put in the game for the longest time was RCS that taps off of intake air as a resource. Put a vernier thruster in that uses intake air as a resource, just like the jet engine does, and boom, you can make really nice VTOL craft, right? Like a Harrier, or like a Yak 141, or F-35, stuff like that, right? So, not only does the Harrier have RCS, right? But if you notice, there's the jump jets, right? You have 2 jets in the back, 2 jets in the front. What do you notice about those jets? The back ones are all caked and sooty, like Falcon 9, but the front ones aren't. So the Harrier has 4 downward vectoring nozzles, right? Get this. You want to know why that thing is so smart? Here, look. The Harrier engine is called a Pegasus. So what do you notice about the Pegasus? Pegasus has the 4 nozzles on the side. There's no nozzle at the back. It has a pair of pants on there, right? Check out where the forward nozzles come off there. And check out where the aft nozzles come off. The Pegasus motor is a mid-bypass turbofan, okay? So, meaning it's a jet engine, turbojet in there. You can see the combustor, it's right there. With the turbojet is actually, it blows air on a turbine right here. And that turbine turns the fan up at the front, right? So it's a turbofan, but it's a mid-bypass turbofan, meaning that the jet engine still makes thrust. Half of the thrust from the Pegasus engine comes from the jet engine, and half of it comes from the ducted bypass. And that's what goes to the front jets. Crazy, right? The bypass is the forward thrusters on, or not the forward thrusters, the bypass is the forward jump jets. And the jet engine exhaust is the aft jump jets. That's why those ones, that's jet engine exhaust. That's why it's caked in soot, and that's why that one isn't. It's a ducted bypass fan. There's one engine. One engine makes that whole thing go. One motor. The bypass goes into the front ducts, and the jet engine exhaust goes into the rear. One engine does that. That's genius. Like, credit where credit is due. That is one of the smartest planes I think I've ever seen. Can you compare it to an F-35? You guys are going to look at an F-35 and be like, why did you do that when the Harrier exists? Watch. All right, here. So the F-35 kind of does something like this. It does do that whole bypass thing, but here's the thing. So the F-35B obviously can VTOL, right? So what it does, it also has one engine, all right? It also has a tap-off for your RCS right there. You can see it, those side ducts, right? So the engine, instead of splitting into two ducts, has that nozzle at the back that points down, right? And then with the F-35B, you have a drive shaft that comes off the front of the duct, of the ducted fan, of the bypass, and it goes to a vertical bypass right there with a drive shaft, with a gearbox. Kind of like a helicopter almost. See? That's how they did that. That's how they did that with this plane. The reason why they went with this over a Pegasus, right, is because they wanted the F-35 for lower radar signature needs to have internal payload bays, right? Internal bomb bays. So you can't just have the engine taking up the entire center of this. Also, with most planes that carry any armament, you really want your missiles and bombs to be aligned on your center of gravity, or else the plane isn't going to fly very well. Right? So the weapons payload bay is right here, and the drive shaft goes through, right, to a ducted fan. Now, don't get me wrong. That's pretty smart. But it's not that. That's really smart. Could the Harrier not carry bombs? Not internally. It can carry... Dude, the Harrier can carry plenty of fun stuff. Oh, yeah. You got 6 pylons there. Sure. And once again, I'm not knocking the F-35. That's pretty cool. But I don't think it's as like well implemented as that. Now, like, well implemented isn't the right word. Some real clear thought was put into this thing, right? Now that isn't a bad idea, but the funny thing is that the Yak 41 has been doing that for years. Or the Yak 141. Not a lot of people know that. The Yak 141 has been doing that for a long time. But the Yak 141 doesn't do it with one engine. There's 2 jet engines that are facing up and down right there to get the thing to hover correctly. But it's a similar idea, which is funny. That's funny to me. You see these ideas just get re-implemented over and over again. Crazy, right? It's a similar idea, but they came up with the idea of making a drive shaft come out the front of this thing and go to that forward fan, so you wouldn't have 2 motors. You only have 1. The U.S. ripped off the Russians. Talk about irony. Yeah, stuff like that happens all the time. It's like the Panzerfaust and the Panzerschreck in World War II, Tessa. It's literally a copy of the bazooka. It's true. Not so much the Panzerfaust. The Panzerschreck. It's just a bazooka, man. Yeah, the Germans got a bazooka during World War II, and they looked at it and they said, "Oh, this is a really good idea. Yeah, we're just gonna take this." All is fair in love and war, I guess. Anyway, back to nuclear third stages. Let's go. So we need a cargo Saturn V. Hans, get the Flammenwerfer. What does it do? It werfs flames. What's wrong with you? Hey, I made the best Saturn V I could make in KSP. Screenshots in your Discord in KSP category KSP. I'd like to know your thoughts on the design of it.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Mind Drive, 26 months. Potzer, 33. Okay. Yeah, that won't copy that floppy. looks all right. Doesn't look bad. Does it work? If it works, who cares? I don't really have time to look through every one of these pictures, Erudite, but if it's working how you want, then that's good. It looks stretched. Yeah, mine is the same way. The reason is because our tank core diameters don't scale correctly. They don't scale correctly with the Saturn V. So someone playing KSP on their phone, you know, Kerb, they might. It might be. Either that or Discord compression ate it. It looks good, buddy. It's because the core diameters don't work. So technically, fellas, and this might ruin this for someone. Here. So let's just go to this subassembly right here. The thing that we're going to make into Skylab. Take a look. So if we wanted to get our core diameters right, like exactly right, this needs to be 6 meter wide. So we know that that fairing plate is 5 meter wide, right? So if we go in here, we know that this thing from KSP1, that beam right there, is 1.5 meters. So that means if we go into ortho view, right? If we go into orthographic view and we put this beam in here like this, and we go kind of a third of the way, so like cut that beam into thirds, so that it's about there. So we need to go back 1 or 2 clicks. All right, so that's the diameter. If you wanted to get a scaled Saturn V in KSP, that's the diameter that you need. So what I'll do, if we take these, let me just move them over there, and then we go back into ortho, and we take the fairing, and we make it this size, give or take. That would be the diameter for a Saturn V core. Now, if you look at that next to that, that looks a lot more correct. But here's the other thing. The service module's the command module's way too big. If I was going to make like a super ultra realistic, perfectly proportioned looking Saturn V, you have to find one component that you can't scale. Find whatever component you can't scale. So I did this with my shuttle in KSP1. Here, I'll show you guys. So we go into screenshots. I have some shots of the shuttle launching right here. There we go. So if you look at that, guys, that looks right. The proportions look correct. Now, what parts can you not scale here? Well, the SRBs, obviously, because that's one big piece. I can't make that thinner. I can't make that bigger, right? I can make the tank bigger, but we can't make the shuttle fuselage any bigger than that. That's the size. So what I did was I took the dimensions of the Mark III cockpit in KSP1, and then I took the dimensions of the shuttle cockpit, in like the shuttle's forward segment, and I discerned scale from there. It's about 62% of the real thing. So I scaled the rest of my model directly to it. That's why my external tank for my shuttle in KSP1 is made out of fairings. It's made out of fairings because that's the proportionate size to the shuttle fuselage. That made it so my shuttle looks like the real thing. The proportions are correct. Now, yeah, the bay, exactly, Battle. You got it. See? Now, the boosters aren't exactly the right scale. They're not exact. If we were going to scale the 3.7 meter boosters by 62%, it wouldn't be 2.5 meters. It'd be a little bit more, just a tiny bit more. But it's enough, it's close enough where you didn't need to cover them up. And it looks just fine. Yeah. There's my shuttle in KSP. That's the 5th generation Collins. One of the best vehicles I've ever made. That thing does everything that the real shuttle does. Everything. Anything that the real shuttle can do, this thing can do. It flies like the shuttle. It performs like the shuttle. It launches like the shuttle. I want to build this in KSP 2, but without thermo and re-entry heating in the game, getting the thermal protection system to work correctly is probably not going to be a good thing. Even canceled? Even canceled. Oh, yeah. I used it to build a space station. See? Yep. Robotic arm and everything. That was a fun build. I'm really curious to see how KSP2 would handle one of these. Yep. You know what? There's some really good pictures. I use robotics to make the connector for the command module and the side connector. Nice. Yeah, Pop-Tart. So you really want me to blow your mind? And dude, I'm only talking about this because I'm super proud of it. So you notice my shuttle is covered in panels on the bottom, right? It's covered in panels. And you look at that and you say, really? You covered it in panels? Isn't it going to fly like trash? Well, yeah, of course it's going to fly like trash. I don't remember the shuttle ever being a good flying vehicle, do you? That's on purpose. Here's the cool thing, though. I did some tests with Kerbal's thermodynamics, so how the game spreads heat around. And what I did was I built these tiles in a certain way to basically make it like a gigantic heat sink. So my nose cone on the front of my shuttle, despite being a nose cone that really can't take a high temperature, right? All the panels are attached to the nose cone. Actually, this fairing in the nose cone. So what happens is the nose cone starts absorbing heat. That heat goes to the fairing, and then because my thermal protection system is attached to that fairing plate in there, what happens when we go to re-enter is that the front tiles get hot. And see these triangles right here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. See that stripe of tiles? All of those are connected together. And the top and bottom tiles are actually attached, like these tiles right here are attached this way. So it goes straight back and it's a gigantic freaking heat sink. When we would go through re-entry with the shuttle in KSP1, the front tiles would get hotter than the rear tiles. It would flux the heat through the tiles just like the real one. So the thermal protection system even works pretty much exactly the same as the real shuttle. I designed it that way on purpose. So when we go through re-entry with this shuttle, the front of it gets hot. And these tiles back here on the strakes don't get nearly as hot. But the tiles on the wing leading edge do. Pretty cool, huh? Yeah, that is the coolest thing, dude. It doesn't get better. It doesn't get better KSP1 launch vehicle design for me than this. But see how I scaled it to the Mark III fuselage first? That's what I'm talking about. If we were going to make a hardcore Saturn V, what thing here isn't scalable? Spoiler alert, it's the same thing. That. The command module is not scalable. Right? I can't make that smaller, I can't make that bigger. We're stuck with that size. So what I would do, if we were going to go really high fidelity with this and make a really nice looking Saturn V, because right now this is too thin. It doesn't look right. That's the diameter we need. And don't get me wrong, we could remake it if we really wanted to, but that's just going to take too much time. Right? I'm not going to do that. We'll get this working without it. You think procedural wing tessellation is possible? Yeah, of course. Duh. And he skips the F-16. F-15s are better. Actually, I'm privy to the F-4, if you really want to know. But, yeah. Sorry, man. I'm an F-4 fanboy, because I like going fast. So, we'd have to scale around that component, but that's not what we'll do today. Let's go back over here. And let's save a new craft file. Jebstone 5 cargo. The Phantom, pure speed. Yeah, I like going fast. Can you share the craft file? Which one, human? This one? Yeah, I mean... I have to make a thread here. Give me 1 second. I'll put it over on Discord. It won't let me post it. Won't let me post it. I really thought he was about to control V it into chat. It won't let me post it. Seriously, I'm trying to paste the message post and it says an error occurred. Please try again later. Sorry, man. Yeah, we'll find a way. Find a way. Tags? Pick tags? Oh, okay. Oh. Oh, there you go. Nice. I didn't put an image on it, though. Thank you, sir. That's why I pay you the big bucks, J-Speed. Yeah, guys, you know what? I think this would be a shameless time to show this. So if you don't do that. I just ripped the antenna off of this. Can we learn about fighter jets? We could do that one day, Fish, if you want. You get paid in happiness, Tessa. So, check this out, fellas. One thing that the Kerbal 2 editor has on functionality way better than the Kerbal 1 is that it's really easy to share craft files. Take a look. If I select my root part and hit Control-C, and then we go into Notepad, or just your text editor of choice, right? New file, and then paste it, boom, there it is. There's the file. Now you could save this, or you could just like post it in Discord or something. But the text right there, there's my Saturn V. That's it. There it is in code form. And the even more crazy part about this is, so over here I have Jebstone 4 Block 2, which is my Ares 1X style rocket. If I take this and I copy the whole thing, actually, take this and we copy it and we go back here and we paste, hit Control V back in the editor, watch. Oh, there it is. I hit the delete key and it seems that the game doesn't like it. There we go. Anyway, Cargo Saturn V, let's do this. Alright, so we need to work on a Skylab model over here. We'll do that, but we need to make the cargo. We'll make a cargo version and then we'll make a Skylab version. And then, so we're going to work on a couple of different variations of this here for a moment. Let's go in here. And we need to reroute to that part right there. The reason why is because I need to get rid of that. Bye-bye. And now we need to redo the fairing. Redoing the fairing isn't going to be too difficult here. What we need to do is go into our orthographic view, right? Take that, make that piece straight, and then take this piece, minus this out, and then we need to You know what? We might not even need that smaller piece there because we don't need to do a double fairing, right? We don't need to do the double fairing because we don't need to get it to deploy like that. So let's just do a cargo Saturn V here with just a regular styled fairing on top of it. We're going to try to make this look kind of like Skylab here. So get out a notepad. Let's go here like this and go to Skylab 1. There's a really nice picture of a cargo Saturn V launching here. I really, really like it. It's really nice. Okay. All right, so we just got to make basically just make a fairing. Just make a nose cone. So there's our Saturn V, just regular cargo version. Right, there it is. Not sure exactly what we'll use with this, but this thing should easily be able to put over 100 tons into space, no problem. We still have our instrumentation unit, and this thing should pretty much fly exactly the same. Terran 1 today? Terran 1 is at 10 o'clock tonight, dudes. Yeah. It's at 10. I'll pick up the launch coverage at 9, and then we'll cover it. Yeah, we'll cover it on the end, so we got some time here. I haven't done the Mars stuff yet, Shadow Wolf. I'm retooling my lunar program rockets for that now. Yeah, we got about 8 hours to get to build out the architecture to get to Duna. Yeah, you can see that this cargo variant does not really... It's not really nearly as complicated as the one with people on board. So what we'll do now is I'll go in here. Let's just... Let's get a decoupler in here. 2.5 decoupler, and we can attach our payloads here. There we go. And then the instrumentation unit, the IM, is below that. All right, cool. So let's run a test. We have a 375 fairing here. And what I'll do is I'll load up our Saturn V here with 36 tons. We can't put 36 tons in there. It's too much. Darn it. Unless I take the decoupler and lower it down a little bit. Nah, I don't want that. Here. We'll do... We'll clip it in like that. And, yeah, we'll make it work that way. That'll work just fine. Just got to make sure that we're strutted. So this thing doesn't weeble wobble. I mean, it inevitably will, but... Okay, let's just do a test launch. We have 36 tons of payload here. All right. So this is Cargo Saturn V. This should easily get 36 tons into space. Like, this shouldn't even be difficult for this. What's that say? Richard Branson's Virgin Orbit to return small group of employees from furlough beginning Thursday to work on rocket upgrades. Cool. Oh, Panta. Yeah, that Cyclone, though. Crazy. What makes nuclear engines nuclear? I'll get into that Giphy when we make our nuclear variant, our nuclear third stage variant. So, here we go, guys. Let's launch our newly built Saturn V cargo. with 36 tons of payload on board. Let's see what it does. Yeah, Giffy, I can get into it a little bit. Never gonna not want to talk about Nerva, dude. Nerva's really cool. Yeah, baby. Okay, vehicle is in the air. We've cleared the tower. Roll pitch program. Roll pitch program complete. Yeah, hypersonic. Our Saturn V is a good rocket, man. I mean, it's not bad considering I kind of threw the first stage together. I could make a way better first stage that performs better and looks a lot nicer than this. But you know what, dude? Challenge. We only have a certain amount of time. That gets the point across just fine. Oh, that's nice. It definitely looks the part. Vehicle is supersonic. It's actually a pretty damn good ascent. There's the contrails being weird again. Engine cut off. There we go. Stand by for fairing separation. Fairing separation confirmed. The dynamic music is fantastic, 6. I love it. So we have 36 tons of payload up there. We're just going to see where this gets us. back her up. Right on, man. Love the stream. Hey, it's my pleasure, dude. My pleasure. I'm just sharing what I love with other people because I know you guys will like it. And for whatever reason, people listen to me. But hey, thanks for the kind words, man. That means a lot. Positive reinforcement like that definitely helps, you know? I appreciate it, man. Cheers.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Tetrabit gifted a sub to Greek God. Which Greek God? There's a reason I come around every day. No, Nova? I mean, guys, I said it once to say it again while our second stage is burning on this test flight. You guys showing up and giving me your time during the day speaks volumes. Like, I don't expect anybody to say thank you because you know, it's Twitch. It's the internet. You shouldn't expect anything from anybody, right? But you know, I will say that it's nice to hear that from time to time, dude. You know? But I will say this. You guys thank me every day by showing up. That's the truth. Goof! Take my Bezos money. All right, I will gladly do that. So, how on earth am I able to repay you? Like I said, Nova Raptor, you guys might not see it, but you being here is the repayment. You're giving me your time, and that's the most important thing. Dude, that is our most precious commodity. By a long shot. By a long shot, you give me your time. There's only so much time in the day, and you choose to give it to me. Like, and I don't take that lightly. You know what I'm saying? I don't take that lightly at all. Perfect. Stand by for third stage ignition. Third stage ignition confirmed. Yeah, Detrapit, it's freaking sweet, man. Couldn't ask for a better freaking community. Good, Nova. Actually, I really don't appreciate you getting me addicted to Red Dead RP. Shame on you. Yeah, that's my bad. Made it to Duna myself today. No lander, just my capsule and a parachute. Now I'm stuck here. Schuler, send a rescue mission. It's Kerbal. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. All right. Easily put 36 tons into space with our Saturn V. We could send 36 tons with this to Duna, which is what I might do. Yeah, easily. I'm thinking we might want some RCS for this. I wonder if you know what? I never actually bothered to look to see if the S4B has ullage thrusters on it. I know there's the ullage thrusters for separation, but we'll just make sure that the payload deploy works correctly. Yep. Payload deploy works just fine. Most excellent. All right, cool. Perfect. Perfect. Hey, Dak, what's going on? I don't know what that is. I don't know. I don't want to know. Seems like it's shooting a strut off into oblivion every time we stage this rocket. There's a bunch of crap just floating around up here. Cool. All right, perfect. 36 tons, and we had 1,600, 1,700 Delta V left. We could drop 36 tons into low lunar with this. Perfect. Really good. Heck, that could put 36 tons on transduna injection, which is really useful. Dak, you're just watching the best Twitch streamer? Oh, man. Thank you. By putting a space plane on top of Saturn will be a much more affordable shuttle. That's what the space shuttle program started as, guys. It was gonna... Here. It started... What NASA was looking to do is looking to make reusable pods. And they wanted to make a reusable pod that landed on the runway because going and getting the stupid thing out of the water is very inefficient, especially if you're trying to go crazy. So they came up with 3 vehicles. There was a NASA program that ran out of Dryden, so Neil Armstrong Flight Research Center. It was called Dryden at the time. So they had the HL-10 and the M2F2. Kind of look like Dream Chaser, don't they? Right? They learned some things, by the way, with these projects. Yeah. About lifting bodies. So that was the whole point of this, is to come up with lifting bodies. Lifting bodies are airplanes with no wings. They use the hull of the ship, the fuselage, to generate lift. Northrop came up with that idea, and turns out that making a bathtub-shaped plane doesn't work very well. Yeah. It likes to basically do the equivalent of capsizing. Yeah. Yeah, it didn't end very well. So there's the M2F1, the M2F2, and also nice Galaxy, big block Galaxy. So these things were gliders, and what they actually did at the time was they towed them. They towed them with a big block Ford. Believe it or not, that Ford Galaxy right there would tow the thing. And because the big block was powerful enough to get like 120, 130 miles an hour. So they would do that, and they would pull these things, right? And that's how they did glide tests. And then they were towed by an airplane later. But that's a Pontiac, is it? Oh, yeah, it is a Pontiac. So if it's a Pontiac, that would be a Le Mans or a GTO. Well, 63. GTO didn't come out in 64, so it's a Le Mans. Good. That also had a big block in it. Look, I'm not trying to make this a Ford or Chevy thing or GM thing. Pontiac made some really nice cars in the early 60s. Yeah. So that means it's got a 389 in it, which is also a big block. And then they did the M2F3, and they did a bunch of other projects. And this is where NASA wanted to go with these things. They wanted to use lifting bodies to try and make fully reusable capsules, right? They did use a Galaxy at some point. They used a Galaxy with a 390 FE in it. But that one was a Pontiac. Yeah, see? There it is. So this is what NASA wanted to do. Make small reusable spacecraft first, and then scale up and make something bigger. You got to keep it simple, right? There's also, there's a Soyuz over there. That's at the Air and Space Museum in DC, which is pretty cool. It looks like a boat. Funny thing is, Psyduck, this is the reason why these things look so strange, right? The reason why these things look so strange is because they were really trying to get into testing hypersonics. So hypersonics, these are subsonic testers. So like they were just trying to see if you could make a plane fly around first. Because if you can't make it fly around down here, it's definitely not going to work up there, right? So what they did with these things, right? Lifting body. There's all of them. There's the X-24, the M2F2, and the HL-10, right? What they did with these things is basically they were trying to get into hypersonics. They're trying to see how something with no wings would fly going like X-15 speeds. That was the whole purpose of this, right? So you can kind of see, you could see the beginnings of Dream Chaser here, because this is what NASA wanted to make. They wanted to make a reusable capsule. They literally wanted to make Dream Chaser. Max Fizet, the guy that designed the Mercury, Gemini, and Apollo capsules, and then worked on the space shuttle later, basically wanted to make Dream Chaser. He wanted to do this. He wanted to take everything that they learned from the Apollo capsule and make this. Because if you make this, you could send this out to the moon, and you won't have to worry about carrying much extra components on it. You could easily fit the Apollo service module and a 3-person crew in something the size of the X-24. It's about the same size. Right? So The thing is that now you have to worry about coming back through re-entry. You don't have a heat shield because they were looking to go reusable. So that's why these things look like boats. Because believe it or not, when you're going at hypersonic speeds, having your airplane kind of shaped more like a low-profile cigarette boat hull actually works really well. Trying to fly through plasma does that. So hypersonics, anything past Mach 5, and the space shuttle went Mach 25. Just on a side note. So like even if you look at the shuttle, you look at this. See what I'm talking about? See how it's concave down there? You think the bottom of the shuttle's flat? It's not flat. No. It looks like a hydroplane, like a hydroplane boat hull, because how plasma flows around a spacecraft when it's going Mach 25 hitting the atmosphere is not that much different. I mean, it is different. It's a different fluid medium, completely. But it's kind of just an uncanny valley resemblance to how a boat skips over water. Because at the end of the day, it's not that far off. They're not that far off. When you hit the atmosphere going 20,000 miles an hour, or what's 20,000? Like 35,000 kph? Yeah. Air starts to act like incompressible fluid. Well, technically what happens is that the air is infinitely compressible, right? Well, not infinitely. It's compressible to the point where you start hitting the air molecules so fast that they actually rip themselves apart. What happens when you split an atom? Anybody? Anyone? What happens when you split an atom? That's lots of heat. All at once. So, now don't get me wrong. The air that the shuttle flies through isn't radioactive, so it's not going to create a nuclear blast when it comes through. You're just ripping air molecules apart. You're ripping oxygen and nitrogen apart. What happens when that happens? Well, when they ionize, when the space shuttle hits them so fast and they rip apart, it turns to plasma. Plasma, as far as I can tell, is not very compressible. Hence, boat hull. Kind of like water, right? Oh, that's cool. Hilke, you let OpenAI create a task for you in KSP2. That's neat. Oh, okay, size up. So that's why, if you look at the shuttle's hull, it kind of ends up looking like a hydroplane. Kind of. It's not exact because one's flying through plasma and the other one's floating across water, right? But, see what I'm talking about? Similar. Interesting, right? There's a couple of key differences here. The key difference is the nose. The nose cone's a little bit different. But if you look at the underside of how this thing is designed to skip over water, right? See how it's kind of beveled on the sides like that? Every single hydroplane. See, they're all beveled on the sides. See that? Same idea. Because flying through plasma is not that far off from floating on water. They're different things, don't get me wrong. If anybody's an engineer and watching this, I know they're different things. It's not exactly the same. It's just a passive resemblance. Which is why if you go and look at some of those planes, right? You go look at some of these early lifting bodies, they look like boats because they were still trying to figure that out at the time. You only turned 36? Feels old, man? It's just a number. It's just a number. I'll check it in a second, Creeper. Yep. Repost. I learned about the HE-176 and used like 85 to 90% hydrogen peroxide and potassium permanganate as fuel. Monofuel. Insane stuff. Yep. Link to this picture? Sure. And once again, it looks like a boat hull because of the way plasma flows, right? But if I say that, it doesn't really sound right. But it's important to make the distinction that flying through a hypersonic medium and floating over water at high speed are two very different things. But it kind of does look like it, though, right? Pretty cool, huh? Oh, that's good, Aqualux. Nice. Anyway, pretty cool, huh? So that's what NASA wanted to do. NASA wanted to make a reusable CSM into a small lifting body. And then when they figured out they wouldn't be able to do that on top of a Saturn V, they said, we won't have the money to make... Like, we don't have the... You pulled our funding, we can't really do this. So they said, all right, fine. Work with the Department of Defense and make a reusable vehicle that way so everyone can save money on launches. And NASA took that design, something essentially like Dream Chaser, right? They took that design and said, well, all right. And they went to the Air Force. And they said, okay, Air Force, how you doing? And the Air Force is like, hey, NASA, how are you? And NASA said, okay, so we want to build like a reusable shuttle-style vehicle, right? How big of a cargo bay do you need? And the Air Force looked at them and said, well, it needs to be about the size of a school bus. It needs to be able to launch a school bus into space. And NASA said, why are you launching school buses? Why do you want to launch a school bus into space? What do you mean? The Air Force said, no reason. School bus? What? No. Yeah, that's what we're launching. Sure. And NASA said, so you need the fairing to be 45 feet long. You need the payload bay to be 45 feet long and 15 feet wide, right? Size of a school bus. And they're like, yeah, about that size. NASA says, you going to tell us why? And they're like, well, for launching Air Force things. Obviously. Spy satellites. So that's why the shuttle ended up being so ridiculously big. It's very big compared to those early lifting bodies, right? And when you're going to move something that big, when you have a reusable vehicle that is that freaking large, right? You have, like, it doesn't really make sense to put something that big on top of a Saturn V. Your center of pressure is way, way, way too far forward. It would be, is anybody here an archery person? It would be like shooting a bow and arrow with no, like the arrowhead and then the shaft, and then there's no stabilizer in the back. Try to shoot that. That's not going to get you very far. Rockets are the same way. That's why rockets have fins at the bottom and not at the top. And then when it became operational, the DoD said, yeah, never mind. Yeah. Such bull crap. Yeah, Jeebus, thermal expansion, dude, absolutely is a thing. Yep. You got to take that into account. That's why the SR-71 leaked fuel when it was taking off. Because it's not designed to fly too well down here, but it's designed to really fly well up there. Space Shuttle's the same way. That's why the Space Shuttle looks like an oblong boat hull. It's true. Space Shuttle isn't designed to fly very well down here. That's on purpose. NASA didn't just fly the Space Shuttle, right? And do some approach and landing tests and be like, that doesn't fly very well. It flies good enough to land. No, that's by design. It's supposed to fly good at Mach 25, not below Mach 1. Below Mach 1, it's only supposed to fly good enough to get you back to the runway, and that's about it, right? You gotta remember that, dude. Even like a 737 or an A320, they're not designed to fly very well down here. Just basically good enough to take off and land. It's really designed to fly up there, 30,000 feet, because that's where it's doing most of its flying, right? Takeoff and landing is just a short part of your trip. Think about that if next time you're going to make a plane in KSP, right? What are you trying to do with this plane? Is it a U-2? Is it a high-altitude plane? Well, you best be making it fly right up there. Doesn't matter if it flies good down there, because your objective is to make it fly good up there, right? Stakeholder expectations. Those are important. Okay, so our Cargo Saturn V works great. So now what we're going to do is save Cargo Saturn V. We'll save that. And now we work on the fun variant, the nuclear Saturn V. Saturn VN. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is replace my third stage with a nuclear-powered third stage. And what we're going to do with that nuclear-powered third stage is... And I didn't put the RCS on this creeper. I realized that. Should probably do that, but Let me read here real quick. Before we do that, we might have to go back to Saturn V cargo. LH2 vent. Yeah, ullage thrusters. It has ullage thrusters on it. SVN, not SVB. Yeah, right. Yeah. So LH2 vent propulsive. So it's using ullage right there. Interesting. So basically it vents tank pressure for attitude control. We don't have anything like that unless they have the fuel vent in this. Nope. I don't think we have the fuel vent. Nope. Power unit. The S4B has fuel cells on it? Power unit? Interesting. Interesting. $22 is the ullage rocket. That's for separation right there. 16 is the APS. APS. Okay, hold on. S4B APS. What is that? Yeah, auxiliary propulsion. 3-axis control. Yeah, it does have RCS on the back. See? All right, how does this thing work? Each contain a 150-pound attitude control engine and 70-pound ullage engine. The engines used hydrazine and nitrogen tetroxide for the oxidizer. Oh, dude, they just literally duct tape the tanks to the side of the S4B, huh? It's a vernier thruster. Yeah, it's like the verniers. In fact, that's probably where they got the vernier designed for Kerbal from. If I'm looking at it, because that's a, yeah, weird oblong shape like the vernier is. Interesting. Okay. Same as the shuttle? I'll bet you those are probably the same thing that the shuttle RCS used. They reused a lot of components from the Saturn V, dudes. A lot of components from the Saturn V ended up getting reused on the shuttle in one way or another. Like, even the J2. And I know people just looked at me funny. The RS-25 is a continuation of the J2. The RS-25 is a very heavily upgraded J2 engine. Yeah, true story. They used what they learned about the J2 to make the RS-25. Fun fact. So this thing definitely has, it definitely has RCS on it. Yeah, okay. Yep. All right, I see it. So how this is a pretty straightforward hypergolic system, guys. So you have your helium tank and then your NTO and MMH tanks right there. The helium tank feeds into these two tanks and pressurizes them. And when they pressurize the tank, it squeezes, literally, there's a fuel bladder inside, right? Like, think about inflating a balloon inside of a pressure vessel. The helium goes into the pocket between the balloon and the pressure vessel and squeezes the balloon inside of the tank. It's a bladder system. That's literally how most hypergolic systems work. So the helium tank pumps into the tank, it squeezes the fuel bladder, and it shoots the propellant out. And there's basically fuel injectors, similar to a fuel injector from a car. Literally, where do you think they got the idea from? Not the Apollo engineers. Fuel injection is something that came from the aerospace industry. Yeah, there's just 2 solenoids at the top of this thing, and then it just sprays the NTO and MMH. They hit each other and they explode. Simple as that. Hey, Helmerson, thank you for the raid. Appreciate it, buddy. Hydrazine is not good for you. Yeah, this is toxic stuff. Yeah, it's basically an injector manifold firework. Yeah, it works like a fuel injection rail on a car. Same idea, only with propellants that when they touch each other, they explode. Okay, pretty straightforward stuff. I should probably put that on all the different versions here, but yeah. That's the one with the orange smoke. NTO and MMH, yeah. NTO in gaseous form, Flykin, is, yeah, orange. So, let me load up the Saturn V cargo. The best I could find. Okay. Anyway, Helmerson, I don't think I know you. Thank you for the raid. I do appreciate it. What were you up to? I try to keep tabs on, you know, who raids me and stuff. Just because I don't want to be like, okay, thanks, bye, you know. Wait a minute. Who are you? Alright, so... banging my head to the wall with a shuttle build. Good luck. Dude, show me pictures. If you don't mind. Is that, like, can I add, like, did you take any pictures of it? I'd like to see it. So what's the smallest Methalox tank that we have? That's... Shuttle Attic. You shut up. Yeah, we don't have the little tiny tanks. Y'all got any more of those shuttles? I haven't made a shuttle, guys. I haven't bothered to try and make a shuttle in KSP2 yet. I don't think the game is stable enough to do that right now. Personal opinion, though. Yeah, hydrazine leaks are not fun. Yeah, farm for sure. None of these tanks are really the exact size that we're looking for. That one is, but I'm not using a xenon propulsion. Okay, game. I don't want to make the shuttle, guys, just because I don't have any thermo in the game, you know? I don't have any thermodynamics. There's no re-entry heating, right? And if there's no re-entry heating, like if you make a pod with a heat shield, you know that's going to work. It'll work just fine, right? That's why I'm just doing Apollo stuff and using pods a lot lately. I haven't landed anything from space on the runway. KSP's been out for almost a month. Didn't see the need to, right? Because I don't want to make a shuttle and really work on it and then try to go re-enter it and have it break up during re-entry. I don't want to do that. No. Watch the tutorial. Yeah, seems easy. Every different launch a part fell off and the whole thing kept flipping. Well, Helmerson, okay, here's something to note with the shuttle, okay? So here, take it from me. I've built plenty of shuttles before. All right, so big one here, okay? So look at the external tank, right? This is where the key is, because without the external tank, you have 2 boosters in a space shuttle and you're not getting very far, all right? So look at the ET, okay? What can you tell me about it? Well, the hydrogen tank's way bigger than the liquid oxygen tank, like way bigger. There's a reason for this. Hydrogen can't be stored at a high pressure. It really can't. If you store it at a high pressure, it leaks. So the hydrogen tank ends up being a lot bigger than the LOX tank. LOX, you can compress it a lot. Now, so if you can, let's just say, just bear with me here. These numbers aren't exactly right. Let's just say you can compress LOX like 3 times as much. 3 times as much as you can hydrogen. So 1/3 of the volume here, right? The LOX tank is basically 1/3 the volume of the hydrogen tank, right? For give or take. It's a nose cone, so we're starting to get into trig and stuff, geometry and stuff to figure out surface area and volume and whatnot. But just bear with me, okay? Say that this is 1/3 the volume, but you could store liquid oxygen at 3 times the pressure, right? Once again, this is just very rough. These are made up numbers. Just bear with me here. I'd have to go look to see what the actual numbers are. So you could store this at 3 times the density of this. Where's your center of mass on your tank? With a full hydrogen tank and a full liquid oxygen tank. Where's the COM? Think about this for a second. This is super important to understand. In the center, right there. Helmson, right there. The center of mass is right there. See that big strut right there? That big strut. That big strut holds the forward attachment points on the SRBs. That's the key. That's the key to getting this right. Now, your fuel tanks drain proportionally as the shuttle goes up, right? As the shuttle flies up in the air. Obviously, after your booster separation, you're draining these at similar proportions. So when this tank is 50% full, this tank isn't 60% full. It's 50-50. Where does your center of mass go? On the external tank. So where's the dry center of mass, right? Where is it when there's no fuel in this? Same spot. That's the key. That's the key to building a shuttle. Trust me, this is the big one. Your center of mass doesn't go down, Jay Gibbs. This is a big hollow tank. Most of the structure is on the inner tank right here. And the LOX tank, because you're storing at a higher pressure, has a thicker tank wall than the hydrogen tank. Not much, but the center of mass of the external tank doesn't change no matter whether it's full or empty. That is huge. That's the thing you got to know. Okay? So knowing that, source? What do you mean source? The source is physics. Tom, like, do you want me to cite a specific example? The shuttle launching is a specific example. Physics is the fact the shuttle flies into space. Like, Counter-Strike Source. This is a good game. You like, Tom, what do you want me to tell you? Like, you can go read NASA studies about this if you want. On the NASA Technical Report server, there's plenty of documentation on this, right? So 1.6 is better? Yeah, absolutely. So, Helm, that's what you got to understand. No, I mean, I'm looking at paper. Tom, yeah, you can find something on Technical Reports. There's a bunch of stuff about this. So the center of mass doesn't drain. Okay, so here's how I know. There's another thing here. Like, one, I've read the report server. But, okay, so check this out. So, when the shuttle engines are at 0 degrees gimbal, right? So, when they're just sitting in their kind of default spots, right? Kind of like this. Now, one of the shuttle engines actually they pitched a little bit down during flight to help, and the control surfaces right here are actually pitched a little down too. They did that to take the load off the wings during ascent. But if you look at a rough side view of the shuttle, where are those engines pointing? Think about it. Where are they pointing? Same spot. That's not a coincidence. They're pointing to the center of mass. They're pointing to that spot because the center of mass on the external tank doesn't change. And that's because you can store LOX at higher pressure than hydrogen, right? And that's why the LOX tank is so much smaller than the hydrogen tank. That's the key. This is how you get your shuttle to stop flipping, okay? Now, why? Why does this make a big difference? Well, let's just go over to YouTube, right? Let's go over to YouTube, and I could watch this stuff till I'm blue in the face. But watch right here, okay? Take a look. Now, what happens to the shuttle right now? So let's just get our bearings here. What would this look like on the nav ball? Well, the shuttle's clearly pointed over here. Okay, it's very, very clearly pointed down relative to the screen. It's not like pointed up. It's not pointed that way. It's very clearly pointed down. You can tell from the locks down comer and just the sidewall of the payload bay. It's very clearly pointed this way. Which way is it flying, though? Look at the way the flames are coming out of those SRBs. The flames are going up, and then they're going that way. So this angle right here is not lined up with that angle. Not even close. And don't get me wrong, there is a bit of perspective funkiness here because we're looking at it from a 3/4 back view, right? But you can definitely tell that the shuttle's flying this way. Obviously, it's going that way. It's pointed this way, but it's going that way. Now, why? Okay? Well, it's because of the SRBs, but watch this. When the SRBs separate, which should happen right about now. I said right about now. Thank you. Note that the shuttle doesn't change its attitude or anything. It's still pointed down this way. But you can very clearly tell from the flames, the way the flames are coming out of those SRBs, that it's very clearly going that way. It's going this way, right? The flames are going that way, right? And the shuttle's pointed down over here somewhere. But the shuttle's actually traveling like this. It's going this way. Sorry, I did that wrong. It's going that way. The three main engines are pointing right at that center of mass. Right? Pretty straightforward stuff. It's pointed right at the inner tank on the external tank. There's a reason for that. That's why when the SRBs separate, the shuttle doesn't pitch down, pitch up, it just keeps flying in the same direction. Because the three main engines are pointing right through the center of mass. Now, go back a little ways here. Now, we saw that the shuttle's pretty much flying this way, even though it's pointed that way, right? For the most part. This is the other thing you got to understand, and this is where this gets complicated for making one in KSP2. The SRBs actually do change their thrust over time. They are throttleable. The problem is, it's a programmed throttle. So how do they program the throttle on the SRBs? How do they do that? If they're throttling, right? I thought during a shuttle launch, they only throttled the three main engines. Well, the liquid fuel engines you can throttle in real time, right? Solid rocket boosters can also throttle, but it's programmed. And it ain't programmed with a computer either. How they program it is like this. I gotta find the right picture. How they program it is like this. The programming for the SRB is literally in how they pack the solid fuel inside of the booster. That's right, Marco, you got it. A lot of you guys know this stuff already. And Helm, this is important to understand, because this is something that we can't do in KSP2. In KSP2, you have number one. Option one is your only thing. You have a progressive thrust curve. That's it. Nothing else. So your thrust on your SRB is just going to go up and up and up and up over time. The SRBs on the space shuttle have a regressive thrust curve. Okay? They tail off in thrust. Actually, it's not regressive. It looks more like this. But the crazy thing is that the solid rocket boosters on the shuttle, the SRBs on the shuttle are segmented. You have 4 segments on the shuttle and also 4 segments on SLS. And now this diagram doesn't really show it, but each segment is cast in a different shape. So your combustion chamber surface area inside of your SRB is constantly changing. That makes it so when the shuttle launches, it does something like this, right? And then when it gets to max Q, it does something like this. And then, on top of that, after max Q, it does something like this. And then after that, it does something like this. So at separation, you have a tail off. The idea with this last tail off right here, right there, the idea with that is that you're gradually moving your center of thrust. Gradually, you're moving your center of thrust over to the 3 main engines. And that's why the shuttle is pitched down like this, because the center of thrust is shifting. It's no longer the center of thrust is no longer in this direction because the SRBs are tailing off in thrust. The throttle is actually going down on the SRBs. And as the SRBs go down in throttle, the space shuttle has to pitch, because it's flying upside down, it has to pitch down to go with the center of thrust that is now moving very slowly, but moving towards the three main engines. And the SRBs separate pretty much when your center of thrust gets right in line with the three main engines. That's why you get such a clean separation. Now, the SRB tail off is not something we can do in KSP. We can't do that in KSP2 right now. You can do it in KSP1 by using a cal controller bound to the thrust limiter to get your SRBs to tail off. Absolutely. But you can't do that in KSP2. Not yet, at least. The center of mass fuel drain with your tank is the key. That's the big one. But the SRB tail off is also big because when the shuttle takes off, right? When the shuttle takes off, the SRBs are doing most of the work because they're ramping up in thrust. The two SRBs together produce 24 meganewtons of thrust. The three shuttle main engines only produce 7 meganewtons of thrust. The SRBs are doing most of the work. The other thing to take into account is that the SRBs on the space shuttle and on SLS have vectored thrust. That's what that skirt is at the bottom of the SRB. In fact, if we go into KSP2 and you use the Clydesdale, let's just rotate the Clydesdale towards us. The reason why they have this aft conic structure right here, called the aft skirt, is because it's hiding the thrust vector control. Yeah, TVC. Thrust vectoring. The nozzle on the SRB actually is kind of sleeved over the throat of the aft segment, and it kind of moves over the throat, and you have gimbal. Now, the Clydesdale in KSP has like 1 degree of gimbal. 1 degree of thrust vector control. The real ones have 8. Important thing to understand. So trying to make one in KSP right now is basically torturing yourself because we can't do stuff like this. We can't do stuff like SRB grain. We can't do that. Now, that's not to say that you couldn't try or shouldn't try. We could do it. You could figure it out. The external tank balancing will really, really, really help you with this. Get it so your external tank center of mass doesn't change. Now, how could we do that in KSP2? Well, I already have an example of that here if we want to look. Take a look. So let's just save Jebstone Cargo, and then let's go down to my HLV. This thing. Yeah, Aqualux has the SRB thrust curve. Yep. So how did I do this? I have an SLS-styled rocket here. How did I do it? Well, first of all, the fuselage of this is made out of fairings. I made it out of fairings because I wanted it proportionally to look right. Second of all, there's tanks inside of it. See the tanks? They're in there. And how I ended up doing this is if we kind of see if we can ghost out some of these fairings here. Oh, no, that's not the right one. That has one Gigantor fairing in it. We don't want that one. We need HLV Prime. Here we go. Yeah, the thrust curve of the shuttle SRB. Yeah, that's right, Skyper. You and Aqualux hooked up the same thing. The different segments basically throttle it up and then throttle it down for max Q. You know that the throttle up command for the shuttle is about 70 seconds. Look, go at throttle up right there. See, SRBs ramp back up in thrust, and then they start to tail off as the shuttle gets higher and higher. Right? So the tail off here, right, is gradually moving your center of thrust towards the shuttle engines. The SRBs kind of gradually hand over, right? I'll get back to what I was saying in a second. They gradually hand over. The other reason is that the SRBs are draining. They're draining fuel, not draining. They're burning fuel. So your center of mass is gradually moving more towards the shuttle. It's going to move down towards the shuttle. They got the timing right with the shuttle that the center of thrust and the center of mass basically move in a linear fashion. As the SRBs drain fuel, it goes up to the shuttle. So when the SRBs separate, shuttle just keeps flying in the same direction. And that's why the nose on the shuttle is pointed down, because the center of thrust is gradually moving this way as the SRBs tail off. It's still pointing through the center of mass, even with the SRBs attached. But when the SRBs detach, that's when the shuttle gimbal will start turning the engines and get it to perfectly line up so the shuttle keeps flying straight. So Marco, if I was going to make a shuttle, we would have a way higher max Q because we wouldn't be able to throttle down. Using liquid fuel boosters for a space shuttle would probably be better at this point, or be a good idea, instead of using the SRBs. So anyway, back to the external tank stuff. So Helm, check this out. If you're still here, I don't mean to take up too much of your time. See, I have fuel tanks on either side of that center truss. I made a center truss just like the real external tank. And then I have 1, 2, and 3 fuel tanks above that truss, and 3 fuel tanks below that truss. And then down here, down at the bottom, down at the bottom, there's nothing. It's empty. There's nothing there. Because methalox doesn't have the same fuel density as hydrogen. You can store methane in a much, much, much smaller tank because it's not hydrogen. It's almost hydrogen. It's just the shape of the fuel controlling the thrust. Correct. So Skyper, okay. Think about an SRB not like you're burning the fuel inside of a tube and sending it out the bottom. The fuel is packed to the walls of an SRB, right? And then when you fire the SRB, you have the open area in the center. That's where the gas gets shot down, and that goes into the, the throat and out the nozzle, right? The thing to know about SRB and why the grain does that with a different shape is because combustion chamber surface area is directly proportional to thrust. If you have a bigger combustion chamber, you're going to need a bigger explosion to fill said combustion chamber, which the SRB has no problem doing because as the grain burns off, the combustion chamber gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, right? And you have more of your SRB grain getting exposed to the gas and burning off, and that makes a bigger explosion. That's a progressive thrust curve. So your thrust is going to go up over time. Changing the shape will change the surface area of your combustion chamber and thus change your combustion chamber volume, right? Changing the volume of the combustion chamber will directly affect your thrust, right? Heck, even Estes rocket motors, these things that I have on my desk, those do that. How? That's a solid rocket booster, and the grain is packed in a very certain way to do what? Anybody ever launched a model rocket? What happens after the engine shuts off? What happens? You have that other explosion up at the top to deploy the parachute. There you go. What do you think how do you think that works? It's how the grain is packed inside of the motor. Same thing. Literally, it's the same thing. All Estes rocket engines are small solid rocket motors. They're the same thing. But they're the same thing with a progressive thrust curve. The thrust will go up over time, but the burn time is very, very short because it's a really small engine. So Helm, couple of things. Those are a couple of things that you have to figure out. So like getting the external tank mass to stay the same, I did it with my SLS lifter. I have the same fuel tanks in front and in back of my truss segment. If you were making something like the shuttle, that would keep it nice and balanced. Now, I know what people are going to ask. Or if you're not asking, well, I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you. Sorry. I'm going to tell you. So, if the center of thrust is gradually moved over to the center of mass, and the SRBs are steering the shuttle at liftoff, why do these have 10.5 degrees of gimbal? Why? What's the point? Why can the shuttle engines gimbal so much? Well, the shuttle engines aren't used to steer that thing. Not right now, at least. Not at this phase in ascent. Not at this phase in ascent, or at this phase in ascent, or at that one. They don't use those to steer. The SRB gimbal is doing most of the work to keep the thing on an even keel. Now, don't get me wrong. The shuttle engines do move around. The auto sequencer does slight adjustments to the motors. You know, obviously to make sure that your center of thrust is on an even keel, right? They do pitch them down a little bit for wing load, etc., right? But they're not like going like this. They're not gimbling around like crazy. Don't do that. If you do that, your shuttle isn't going to get very far. You're going to take a cosine loss by trying to steer with the shuttle engines, and your shuttle will just yaw out of control and crash into the ground. You don't want to do that. I don't think you want to do that. So why do the shuttle engines have gimbal? Well, they have gimbal to take into account differential payload mass. Anyone ever notice that the shuttle is this big thing that's hanging off of the side of a rocket stack? And then it could just carry an extra 25 tons of whatever inside of the payload bay? A shuttle launch with no payload inside, like a Hubble servicing mission, right? It's going to fly pretty much exactly the same way as the shuttle launch that launched Hubble, a 20-ton satellite. So how the heck can it launch the same way, even though you weigh down one side with 20 tons of fuel or 20 tons of payload every time? How does that work? Well, that's where the gimbal comes in. Because think about it. If the shuttle's flying with an empty payload bay, at SRB separation, your center of mass might be like up here somewhere. But if you're carrying 25 tons, right, of payload, it's going to be down here. That's where the gimbal comes into play. It's to take into account the center of mass shift from that straight line to the external tank, right? It's there to take into account any center of mass shift post-SRB separation, which is why they say the guidance system's now converging, shuttle's onboard computers, commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff. That's when the gimbal really comes into play, after SRB separation. So yeah, a little bit of a knowledge dump on how that thing flies. It's genius, to be honest with you. It's really smart. For what it is, it's actually incredibly simple. Were the SSMEs running at roughly the same power level all the way through flight? No, they throttled them down for max Q to 66% of rated, throttled them back up 70 seconds into flight, Jax, and then as the shuttle approached main engine cutoff, they would throttle them back down to gradually back down to 66. Their thrust curve actually looks something like this. Believe it or not, it's something similar to this. Not exactly, but it's similar. Yeah, Estes motor cross section. Yep, check it out. Boop. How you pack the grain is going to yield a different result. Thank you, Cyborg. That's really useful. Yeah. And that brings me to another thing. Just because it's simple and it's super simplified doesn't mean it was simple to come up with. That is insanely complicated for what it is. But it's incredibly smart. Like, crazy, right? So yeah, start with making your external tank in a certain way to make sure that your fuel is balanced around your center truss segment. Around this piece right there. Start with that, dude. Trust me, it'll make a difference. And remember, you have methane. Methane can be stored at a different density, right? It can be stored at a different pressure than hydrogen can. So you're not going to need as many methane tanks. My space shuttle in KSP-1 had methane tanks that took up this much, and that's about it. Methane can be stored at a way higher density. Way higher. Yeah, Glex, I knew you'd give me crap about that. Because you always do every time. But yeah, anyway. For those that said the center of mass of the external tank does not shift, they are wrong, FYI. Thanks for that glaring contribution to the stream, Homing Pigeon. I appreciate it. I'll get back to building my Saturn V now. How come you know so much about it? Just a hobby? Yeah, I'm self-taught, dude. Yeah. Yeah, I've been teaching myself this stuff and applying these concepts into KSP for a really long time, dude.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Helm. Oh, you didn't need to give me... Oh, dude, no. You didn't need to do that, but I appreciate it. But yeah, there you go, man. Hey, I give props to your stream all the time. I love it. Don't you think it's important to remain intellectually accountable? Isn't that the point of the whole STEM idea? Yeah, but you're conflating intellectual accountability with making ideas simpler to understand. Yeah, making ideas simpler to understand. The center mass on that tank does not move very much. It doesn't move very much because you can store hydrogen at differential densities and pressure, differential densities, right? Now I know what you're going to say. Well, if that was the case, wouldn't it move back? Well, no. No, it wouldn't. You know why? Because your ratio of hydrogen and oxygen to get the right air oxidizer to fuel ratio for the shuttle engine is not 1-to-1, dude. It's not 1-to-1. But, dude, I don't need to go into getting into that. We don't need to get into that kind of stuff. I mean, if you want me to, I will. But yeah, it doesn't move very much. It absolutely doesn't move very much. It will move because you're draining tanks. But not very much. It's not going to move like 20 to 30 feet back. We're talking like maybe a couple of feet backwards behind that SRB truss. It doesn't move. But explaining it that way doesn't really help get the picture in people's heads, dude. You start. I keep this stuff simple on purpose. I keep the ideas simple. And if somebody has more questions about it later, we can get into it. But don't confuse intellectual accountability with me intentionally misleading people. I'm keeping the analogy simple. Because remember, we're talking about rocket science here. It's important to do that. Don't you think? No, I'm not a rocket scientist, Astral. No, I'm self-taught. It's way more complicated than this in real life, guys. If it was as simple as I'm explaining this stuff, everyone would do it, right? Like, and don't get me wrong, dude. You know, of course, I should be putting the right information. Sometimes I misspeak. Sometimes I just don't get stuff right. Of course, duh. But in this particular case, I'm confident enough to know exactly how that thing works. I've read way too much about it to not know it. You know what I'm saying? Like, guys, don't get me wrong. Homing Vision is just trying to keep me honest. I get it, dude. But I'm telling you, in this particular scenario, dude, it's the fuel ratio. It's your ratio of oxidizer to fuel, right? Because you'd think if it's 1-to-1, right, it's going to drain both tanks. Center mass is going to go down, right? But you got two things. You're not taking into account the dry mass of the external tank. The dry mass is naturally forward. So as the fuel tank drains, right, your center mass is actually going to go forward on that external tank. If you could isolate the COM by itself, it's actually going to move forward because there's more stuff at the front of the external tank than there is at the back, right? Also, the ratio of hydrogen to oxygen favors forward center of mass movement because, once again, it's not 1-to-1. It's like 5-to-4 or something like that. But yeah, like I said, center mass does move. Of course it moves. It has a space shuttle attached to it. There's a space shuttle attached to the side of it. Yeah, absolutely. But it doesn't move how you think it's going to move. It's actually very counterintuitive to what you would think. You know, right? Because when you have a rocket stage, you have your engine at the bottom. So as the fuel tank drains, your center mass is going to go backwards. They had to figure out a way to get that to go forwards with the external tank. And that's how they did it, by having the LOX tank lead. But yeah, I mean, Homing, I appreciate you, bro. Of course, absolutely. But in this case, I'm telling you, that's how it works, man. Believe me, because every time I explain it this way, someone calls me out on it, and I'm like, dude, I'm just trying to keep it simple. Touch on hierarchy too. People were mentioning floppy shuttle builds. Strut everything to everything.
Discovery, go at throttle.
Hey, Asteroid Voyager. Thanks for the tier 1 sub. I appreciate it, man. Welcome to Mission Control. Your go at Throttle Up. Guys, there is one more thing. One more thing that I'll touch on real quick before we jump back into the Saturn V stuff. I never try to regurgitate the material that I learn. Ever. You won't see me just copy the text verbatim out of this book and just regurgitate it like I know it. I always try to learn from this, take that, and explain it in my own way. Because if you can't explain what's going on, if you can't explain these concepts, what's going on in like this here, if you can't explain the concepts, you don't know them. I firmly believe if you can teach something, that's when you've truly learned something. So you'll never see me like regurgitate Wikipedia on here. I don't do that. I mean, I do cite Wikipedia all the time because most of the data on there when it comes to rockets is pretty good. Some of it is wrong. But then again, I'm not perfect. Did I think I was going to talk about hydrogen to oxygen fuel drain on the shuttle today? No. But I have that teed up here just in case. You know, I never try to regurgitate like what Scott Manley or what Tim said or anybody, any of the other STEM educators, dude. And if I do, I will give credit where credit is due. I never do that stuff. I always try to explain it in my own way. And then on top of that, I try to explain it differently every time. Just a slight change on the same analogy. The reason why is because A, you're always going to find better ways to explain things. If I get asked the same question 500 times, my answer on the 500th time is going to be way better than the answer on the first, right? So I constantly change the way I explain things. Every time when I learn new information, I tailor my analogies to better, I find better ways to explain things over time, right? So I will never just regurgitate even the same thing that I said previously. You ever notice how when we're watching Falcon 9 launches, I always change the way I explain supersonic retropropulsion. Every time. I do it differently. Every time. I never say the same thing twice. Ever. Ever. Never say it the same way. I shift stuff around, and I do use some of the same words in sentences, right? You have to, because you're describing one thing, but I never say it the same way. That is entirely on purpose. Are you going to play Starfield when it comes out? Maybe. Like, this is stuff that I really take seriously. I wonder why we got away from the shuttle method of going to space. The ones we lost had issues. They were built back in the 70s, 80s. Material technology has gotten better since then. Yeah, Tigris, I think they were just tired of it, man.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle
Dread Searle. Hey, thank you. And once again, guys, like, Homing Pigeon's just trying to keep me honest. I understand what you're doing. I ain't mad. Like, no, please keep doing that. I'm dead serious about it. Great teaching. Keep it up. Thanks, Dread. I appreciate it, man. Like, don't go barking up his tree. Like, don't do that. I will get angry if you do. He's just trying to keep me honest. Because the other thing to take into account, guys, is that this is on the internet. For every person that just talks blah, 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 blah about things, right? There's going to be somebody here that knows way more than me about this. Always. So it's important to stay humble. Even me? No, I don't like you. Go away. Try to explain it in Spanish this time. No puedo. No puedo hablar español. Bueno. Yeah, Skyper, here's the thing, man. I'm self-taught. And being self-taught like that, I hold myself to an extremely high standard because it's very easy to get the information wrong. Very easy. I have no classic training in engineering. I'm not an engineer. I play one on Twitch, though. So I have to hold myself to a higher standard because, you know, if somebody comes in here and say, how'd you learn all this? Like what you just did right here. I can't just say, oh, I'm self-taught. That's how I know it. Like, I have to back it up with explaining it, right? This just feeds into how I do things, guys. Like, that's why I don't want Homing Pigeon to like be like, all right, fine, screw you. I know you support the stream, brother. It's all good. But I'm telling you, in this particular scenario, I mean, you're right. But also, shuttle wouldn't fly if the center of mass went down on that external tank like you think it does. It's counterintuitive, isn't it? But you're on level 3 IMO. I have to be, Skyper. I have to be. Because that's the path you take when you're self-taught. Anyway. Is the nuclear engines that do the explosions to move the ship, or is it something else? Goose, that is a form of nuclear drive, but the nuclear engines that we're working with are called nuclear thermal. So it's this thing right here. So how does this thing work? Now, I will admit, I went and studied up on this a little bit yesterday because I had a feeling we would have a question about this. Is this the Saturn VIII? No, not yet. So how this thing works is... How this thing works is that you have an initial impeller up here. You have two turbo pumps, or two pumps up here, okay? They're both being driven by one turbine, okay? That one turbine is taking gaseous hydrogen from the engine and spinning the turbine, which spins the impellers. One of those, actually it's one pump, excuse me, not two. The turbine is a tap-off from your combustion chamber. Those pipes actually aren't in the right spots. The tap-off on the Nerva would be inside of the combustion chamber. There actually is no combustion chamber on a Nerva. The base operation of a Nerva is basically a nuclear reactor that's inside of a combustion chamber. Now, once again, it's not a combustion chamber, okay? There's no combustion happening in here. If there was, that would be bad. Nuclear reactors inherently create a lot of heat. That's what they're supposed to do. That's why they're called a reaction, because the nuclear reaction generates heat. So it's a reactor, right? How nuclear reactors work is that you can moderate the level of neutron flux. Okay, what's neutron flux? Neutron flux is the rate at which neutrons fly off of radioactive things. You can actually excite this, and you can get radioactive isotopes to shoot out more neutrons if you introduce them to the right materials, right? Or lack thereof. Think of radioactive material like a soft drink. Just pretend this is Sprite, okay? Think of it like a soft drink, right? Right? And you open it up, and it's fizzy, and then the fizz goes away after a while, right? Nuclear material works like that. It fizzes out over time. But instead of shooting out bubbles of CO2, like soda, it's shooting out neutrons. Shooting out neutrons. It fizzes neutrons. That's what radioactivity is, right? So, inside of here you have a reactor, and then you have control rods controlling the rate of flux. Now, when you have a radioactive element, and it's fizzing, right? Like I said, it's going to shoot neutrons out. And when those neutrons hit other radioactive isotopes, it's going to hit it, and it's like a pool cue breaking the triangle at the beginning of a pool hall, like a pool game, right? Pool game. Yeah, I don't play pool very much. It pretty much shows. So like when you you shoot neutrons all in different directions. And when a neutron hits something and it basically knocks the neutrons out of that's splitting the atom, right? That creates a lot of heat. That heat for a nuclear reactor, so like in a nuclear power plant, is used to make steam, and that steam drives a turbine for electricity, right? That's not exactly what happens here, but it's similar, okay? So, this is basically an open cycle cooling reactor. So, what's going on? Well, you have control rods just like you would with a regular reactor, right? And the control rods on a reactor work linearly. They go up and down. Basically, you have your nuclear material, you have your fuel rod assembly that is inside of a heavily moderated element. So like graphite or something, right? Graphite will actually stop the neutrons from bouncing around. It's called a nuclear moderator. A moderator moderates neutron flux, okay? So when you pull those control rods out of your graphite moderator, and whatever you introduce them to, you want something, basically you don't want to moderate the reaction. So the idea is that you pull the rods out, and the rods make more of the surface area of the nuclear fuel rod is exposed, more neutron flux. That's how a nuclear power plant works, right? So the more heat you're generating, right? And then that, once again, they flow water over it. The water turns to steam. That steam turns a turbine. The turbine's attached to a generator, makes electricity. With this, your control rods work radially. They have a control rod assembly, right? that's not necessarily pulling nuclear material out of the reactor. You can't do that because it's a rocket engine, right? So these control rods actually rotate. They're a radial control rod. And the radial control rod, either side of said control rod, is coated with something that'll either A, moderate the nuclear reaction, or B, unmoderated. Now, on the early NERVA designs from the 60s, they had beryllium and boron. So it was a control rod, right? And half of it was made out of, like if you cut it right down the center, half of it's made out of boron, half of it's made out of beryllium, okay? One of those things can bounce neutrons like crazy. The other one doesn't, for the most part. The beryllium does not. The boron does. So if you turn the control rod so the boron is facing the nuclear material inside of here, you're going to stop the radioactive fizzing. It moderates it. If you turn it so the beryllium is facing towards the reactor on the inside, right? The neutrons will bounce off the beryllium and they'll go back and you'll get more neutron flux. Once again, think, at the beginning of a pool game, breaking the cue. Like that. You'll get more of that. The more of that generates heat. Okay? So it's going to generate a ton of heat. Now, so you're creating a ton of heat energy. That's great. How does that make this into a rocket motor? All right? Well, the control rods basically are important to understand because that's how you throttle the thing. That's how it throttles. You got to be able to shut the nuke off. All right? Or else it'll just melt. Even if you don't flow anything over it. Now, they're going to generate a lot of heat. That heat needs to go somewhere. And in the vacuum, it doesn't go anywhere. They can't use thermal radiation to get it to go somewhere. You can't exchange it with steam. There's no steam. You're in space. There's no water. There's no air. You can't really do it with anything. So what do they do it with? Hydrogen. This is how nuclear thermal works. And this is why we have hydrogen tanks in this game. You have a hydrogen tank that has liquid hydrogen, which is really freaking cold. And they flow hydrogen over the nuke. Right? So the hydrogen goes down, it goes through that pump, right? And then it goes into the nozzle to keep the nozzle cool, right? Because you got to do that. Because there's extremely hot gases coming out of here. Right? And then it goes up, and the hydrogen turns around up here and then goes down through the nuclear reactor. And it absorbs all the heat that's generated from that neutron flux. It absorbs all the heat. Hydrogen is very conductive of heat. It's really good at absorbing heat. In a similar way to like how copper, for instance, is good at absorbing electrical energy, right? Same idea, right? Hydrogen's really good at taking the heat. So it can pull the heat out of the nuke. And when it does, well, that creates a lot of pressurized gas. And what does a rocket engine do but take gases and make them extremely hot by combusting them and then forcing that out of throat? Same idea, right? Same thing. Same thing. It's just you don't combust the gases to make them hot. You just heat them up with an unmoderated nuclear or neutron flux. Unmoderated neutron flux. So that extremely hot hydrogen expands when it flows through the reactor and then it gets forced out the back. It gets squeezed, right? Impinged. It's a gas impingement system like a rocket. Most rockets are a convergent divergent design, and then it gets shot out at really high speed out the back. When hydrogen cooling worked for computers, you don't want to cool with hydrogen. Hydrogen is not, hydrogen will get you, see the problem with hydrogen here, in this design it works fine. It works okay. It works pretty good. Hydrogen's the coolest thing around. Seriously, there's not many elements that can get that freaking cold, that are that cold in liquid state, so you can flow them around. Helium, but helium is kind of few and far between. So why wouldn't you want hydrogen, a liquid hydrogen cooling system for your computer? Well, here's the thing about hydrogen. It's very reactive. It'll find something to combust with. It'll find oxidizer somewhere and it'll explode. Really, really nicely actually. Hindenburg. The Hindenburg is a good idea. You don't want to Hindenburg your computer. Yeah, that's a quote. You don't want to do that. Because you're going to need a constant thermal management system to cool your computer with liquid hydrogen. Don't get me wrong, your processor would love it until some of that hydrogen turns to gas, leaks out, and then finds a source of ignition, which it absolutely will. Yeah, explosions. I love your explanation. Can I send the beautiful video from NASA about NERVA? Yeah, sure, Ned. Go ahead. Does it also ignite the hydrogen? Well, Skyper, there's nothing to ignite it with. There's no oxygen in here. You're not combusting it. I don't know what you could combust hydrogen with other than oxygen, right? Like, I'm not that good of a chemist. Oh no, I Hindenburg my computer. Exactly, dude. Exactly. Yeah, there's no oxidizer in this design. You're just literally taking the heat from the nuke. You're taking the heat from that thing and you're just shooting hot air out the back. Think like a balloon. You blow up a balloon. Same idea. That's all any rocket engine does. It just heats up enough gases to get them to expand enough to be able to like be impinged and shot out of a nozzle. That's it. That's all a jet engine does. Jet engines do the same thing. I mean, rocket engines are a little more powerful than a jet engine, but you get the idea. Jet engine uses a combustor, not a combustion chamber. It's a little bit different. How hot does the nuclear bit get? Well, Goose, that entirely depends on how much beryllium you have exposed in this. And actually, Ned, I know that video that you linked. Here, I'll show you guys one more time. And then we got to get to building our nuclear third stage. Let's go in here. All right. So, check this out.
Engine. The cold liquid hydrogen at minus 420 degrees Fahrenheit moves through a pump down to the nozzle.
Watch.
Through internal passages in the nozzle walls and back up inside the reactor pressure shell and reflector.
Nice.
This cools the nozzle, the reactor shell, and the reflector, and at the same time warms the hydrogen. The hydrogen then passes through the hot fuel elements where it is heated to about 4,000 degrees Fahrenheit. From there it is expanded through the nozzle to provide thrust. The bleed line carries some of the hot hydrogen back to drive the turbo pump. The whole engine system is amazingly compact for a nuclear power source. The reactor works through fission of uranium-235. Which constantly emits nuclear particles called
4,000 in a non-US unit. Supercraft, I think 4,000 is like 1,800 C or something. Really frigging hot.
Neutrons.
It's,
when reflected back toward the reactor, these
no,
particles will
that.
set up a chain reaction, generating
it's like
terrific
it's closer
heat.
to 2,000. It's way
The
high,
heat
way
is
hotter than
controlled
that.
by
2,200,
rotating
there you go.
rods installed in the beryllium reflector around the reactor. The rods are also made of beryllium, but one side is coated with boron, which absorbs neutrons. Initially, the rods are turned so the boron side is toward the fuel elements.
See?
And sufficient neutrons are absorbed to prevent nuclear fission from starting. Beryllium reflects neutrons. By turning the beryllium
Still
side
Jack,
toward
isn't
the
it?
elements, a point is reached where sufficient neutrons are reflected for fission to begin.
He called you
The
a
amount of heat
boron.
produced depends upon the position of the rods. Heat increases as more of the beryllium side turns toward the core.
So basically the rocket is a death rocket since the exhaust is radioactive. Yeah, Shadow Wolf, yes and no. I mean, obviously you're not going to stand behind the nuclear rocket engine and get blasted with irradiated hydrogen, right? Most rocket engines, if you stand behind them while they're on, you're not going to have a good day, right? But it's an important thing to understand that hydrogen... Okay, so when you irradiate hydrogen, okay? When you irradiate hydrogen, it's an... I think, don't get me wrong, not a chemistry guy, not very good at it. I think it's called an unstable isotope, I think. There are like different versions of hydrogen. There are different isotopes of hydrogen. Some of those isotopes are radioactive. But irradiated hydrogen has a very small half-life, meaning it decays into nothing before it cools down. Isotope is correct. There you go. Cool. So can I cook hot dogs on an engine? You could cook a hot dog on any engine, Memphis. The thing is that I hope if the engine's up in space, it's not going to work very well. You could have a hot dog that's ice cold sitting about an inch away from a firing rocket engine in space and it wouldn't heat it. There's no way for the heat to get to the hot dog. Down here though, sure, why not? I wouldn't put it behind the rocket engine. I'd put it on the side. Yeah. Yeah, I'd put it on the side. You don't need to put it behind it. Anything you put behind the rocket engine, you're gonna lose. It's not coming back. So noted. Yeah, just make sure you remember that when you're firing the rocket engine that best suits your needs. Right? So the isotope that comes out of the rocket engine, that hydrogen, that radioactive hydrogen isotope isn't very stable. It fizzes out into nothing very, very quickly. And believe it or not, yeah, it's not as bad as you might think. However, there's a lot of radiation already in space. It's not really a big deal. Yeah, it's not really that big of a deal. That's like having a boat that for propulsion shoots water out the back and then worrying about like contaminating the ocean with water. Like if you have a boat that you're floating around in salt water and you have a fire hose out the back that's shooting fresh water out the back for propulsion, you're not going to screw with the composition of the ocean too much. Or you're always going to change something, but it's going to be negligible. But these tests in the 60s, if you look, the
hydrogen had been forced through the reactor by test stand pumping facilities instead of its own.
Literally, it'll decay into non-radioactive versions of hydrogen before it cools down. Yeah. Now, here's the other thing. I wouldn't stand next to this. I wouldn't stand next to it. But also at the same time, I wouldn't stand next to most rocket engines when they're firing. It's probably not a good idea. You probably shouldn't do that. You know? Tritium is also not a gamma emitter. It's a beta emitter, so it's honestly not really that toxic unless there's a lot in terms of ppm. You want to stand at least 10 feet away. Yeah, at least. It's more so because the reactor is unshielded. Yeah. Like I said, I don't really want to be in close proximity to anything with nuclear in the name. That's generally bad for you. Yeah. But then again, like I said, you don't want to be next to any rocket engine when it's firing. The only time you want to be next to a rocket engine when it's firing is if you're on the top of said rocket. Just putting it out there.
Discovery,
hey, Marco. Thanks for the sub, dude. Appreciate it. All right. So that's a little bit on how the Nerva engines work. Now, what I want to do here is I want to swap out the third stage of the Saturn V with a nuclear engine. That's what I want to do. So we have to go ahead and remake this a little bit. So let's go in here and let's see what we need to remake. So what I'm going to do here is get rid of this, right? Okay, so there are some struts that are clamping that, right? Get rid of this for a second and then go down here, select the fairing, and oh. Well, I screwed that up. Give me 1 second. What would a nuclear rocket sound like? Any other rocket engine? It sounds, yeah, it sounds the same, dude. There we go. I selected the wrong component. So let's take this, right? And we have the other stages of our Saturn V, and we also have the engine, which we got to change. We got to change that in a second here. But I'm going to swap this out with something like this.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
We need a nuclear tank here. You're the best. Thanks, Squall. Gracias, amigo. So, if you notice, because of that fuel density thing that I was telling you guys about, right? This is what we were using for liquid methane and liquid oxygen. That just has straight liquid hydrogen in it. Crazy thing is that that thing is way lighter. Hydrogen is a very, very light element. It has a very low atomic mass, right? So the amount of methane, and that's what I mean about that shuttle external tank. Look at the difference. Actually, if you want to see something kind of crazy, and Kerbal 2 can get into this a little bit. So how much is that tank? That tank is 40 tons of liquid fuel, liquid methane and liquid oxygen, right? Now what about this hydrogen tank down here? That's 9 tons. And this is the pain in the butt about hydrogen. You got to store it at low density, right? Like this. That right there would give you the same amount of delta V as that. Well, no, that's not right. I said that wrong. This is the same mass, right? It's the same mass, but this gives you way more delta V. Sorry, it's the same mass, not the same delta V. Excuse me. Self-taught. But I don't want to use that as a crutch. Screw that. This is the same about the same mass, give or take. This is 45, that's 40. This will give you insanely higher delta V. Yeah, hydrogen is very, very efficient. It burns very efficiently, i.e. most of the hydrogen that you put inside of a rocket engine, especially a nuclear engine, is going to react, because once again, it's going to react and you're going to do something with it, right? You're going to get higher impulse from it because it's very efficient. It very efficiently absorbs heat. It very efficiently combusts with oxygen. It's super efficient. So here's the thing. How do we make, and this is where I was kind of wondering about this. What kind of delta V are we going to get? What kind of delta V are we going to get with just this? 1,500. And that's with 36 tons of whatever up at the top. Interesting. 1,500 is not enough. That's not enough to get to Dooner. Try the swerve. The problem is, Panta, is that we're gonna have to really change the design around on our Saturn V to give it a nuclear third stage. Okay. So we got to do some numbers out here. Okay. Crap. A nuclear S2. I don't really want to modify this because I know that this design works. We could get in here and re-engineer launch vehicles all day if we really wanted to, but I don't really want to do that. Let's just put that over there. Where's this going to get us? 809. And I'd assume that 2 of these is about, yeah, it's about the same. Damn. Is it proportional? 4.5 tons? 9 tons? 4 tons of hydrogen, 8 tons of hydrogen. So that is the exact same as that. So part count, we'd want this. That's going to be a strange looking Saturn V, that's for sure. Well, we got to land for the challenge. We got to land on Duna and then come back. What was that shadow? It's the sun shining against one of the other structures. The shadow, for whatever reason, gets cast through here. My guess is because the surface normals on this side are facing in and they're not facing in over here. So the shadow is going to go right through this because of how 3D geometry is working. Do I have a lander on top? I don't have a lander. What I wanted to do, so let's get more into this. What I wanted to do here, guys, is I wanted to use the Apollo architecture. So I wanted to use the Saturn V and the Saturn 1B to make a transfer vehicle that gets to Dooner. right? And then we got to make a lander. So somehow I need to use the Saturn V and the Saturn 1B to get places. So what I was thinking is and that's kind of the reason why I made Saturn V cargo, but we'll get to that in a moment. I want to launch a Skylab because we need a HAB module. I'm not sending Kerbals to Duna inside of a pod and a lander the entire time. We need a HAB module. So what I was thinking is make Skylab, right? Oh, shuttle stuff. Is make something like Skylab, right? And launch something like Skylab. And then I'm going to take a nuclear third stage, what we're doing now, and attach that to the back of Skylab and basically push the Skylab with a lander and a module attached to it all the way out to Duna. The other thing that we could do is do Duna Orbit Rendezvous, DOR. DOR might not be the worst idea. So basically make Skylab, attach the transfer stage to it, send a pod up there, right, for our Skylab. Send a pod up there, attach the pod, and have the Kerbals go in the transfer vehicle, and then just put the lander on top of a regular Saturn V and shoot that to Duna. Pretty straightforward stuff, right? I don't know. Aqualux. Yeah, it's because of surface normals inside of the VAB. I know that, but yeah. You'd be better upgrade to Nova. Yeah, but building another launch vehicle, we only have today and tomorrow to do this, Tessa. That's going to take some time, man. Coffee. Bobby, what's up, dude? So yeah, that's going to take some time. So I was trying to, work with what we have. Sorry, just needed to adjust my heater. It's getting too hot in here because it's getting warmer outside. Yeah, you only have today. Tomorrow the new weekly comes out. Oh, crap. All right. Well, I'm gonna get to this. I have to start figuring out these numbers. So that's 1500 delta V with that nerve. All right. What is this? Just off the top. 1500 delta V with a skipper in the back. That's 1800 because of the frickin' mass. Ad time. You guys are plaguing my stream with ads. Stop doing that, please. I think doing orbit rendezvous and sending the lander by itself hotel is probably a good idea. The thing is that we're going to need a lot of hydrogen to get this to work right. Yeah, Battle, you're right. If we stacked it, we'd see a more practical difference. You're not wrong. All right, so let's go in here. Let me take the skipper motor that's in there. Detach the skipper motor and then go in here like this and attach the nerve. Yeah, because we'd be moving a lighter payload, right? But that would mean our S2 is going to make it into space. No, I don't like it. Reload it. No, Josen. Nah. Nerva was tested, never launched. Of course, Churs, I'll be here. Yeah, I make time for the rocket launches, dude. Absolutely. Now, actually, guys, you know what would be more prudent? It would be more prudent to... Let me think here. Radical question, do you need an S2? I don't think so, Aqualex. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. I don't think we need one, man. I mean, this thing is moving 36 tons and then a 40-ton upper stage on top of that, right? So this thing can belt out 70 tons, no problem, right? But the thing is like, how are we gonna fit 70 tons of anything up in this thing, right? Like, how are we gonna do that? Like. So that's why Battle No Skill was saying, like, put it on there and you're going to get a better indication of Delta V, right? But the thing is that I don't want my S2 to get into space. I don't want the second stage to get up there. But then again, on top of that, like, a nuclear-powered second stage, we might not need the S2. Because then we could put a bigger second stage in there. So, like, just humor me here for a second, right? Like... I could make the inner stage a little bit bigger, right? We could cut, like, yeah. We could extend our S2, right? And if we make, like I said, if we make the inner stage a little bit bigger, right? We could put the swerve on there. And the swerve, moving 36 tons, yeah, that's a joke. No, Odik, my S2 is not designed to get into orbit. It's designed with an upper stage, lander, and payload. It's designed to get 98% of the way there, so it doesn't get stuck in space. Yeah, just like the shuttle external tank. The shuttle with the external tank never got fully into orbit. It got 98% of the way there, and then they would let the tank go, and the tank would burn up, and the shuttle would use its onboard orbiter maneuvering thrusters to get up into space and circularize. Keep your space debris down to a minimum. Told you that tank was the way. This is the way. Yeah. But see, it's some Ship of Theseus stuff. Is this what they would have? Is this what they would have done with Apollo? I don't think it is. I think they wanted to. The Apollo Applications Program pretty much said that they want a nuclear third stage. They want to take an S4B and remove the bulkhead, put hydrogen in there. But the thing is that if I do that, this is the exact same size, right? That's the exact same size, and this with a nuclear engine behind it is not that much more Delta V. $1869, and then you put this on here. 1836. But see, the thing is that this is a lot lighter. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Wider fairing like Atlas V. Yeah, it's a lot lighter. Yeah. That's 52 tons, and this is like gonna be 780. Yikes. But guys, to get out to Duna and back, we're looking for, what is it, 32? That actually, oh, those are the 5-meter tanks. Oh, no, I didn't do that right. Hold up a second. Hold on a second there, Professor. Well, yeah, they hang on, let me look at something. I mean, this graphic is obviously not going to be like exact, right? Like but we might be able to extrapolate scale here.
The technology developed for earlier missions. Using several Saturn V launch vehicles, components of the huge spacecraft would be placed into Earth orbit and assembled. Separate nuclear stages might be provided for each major step of the mission. The first stage might consist of 3 clusters.
So, something that I'm noticing, Aqualex, in this graphic, if we look at the Apollo capsule that's up at the front, see, that's the Apollo capsule. These are way longer than an S4B, like way longer, which does jive pretty much exactly with the problems that we're facing here. Yeah, it's this, right? It's that. That's what it looks like. How much delta V does that give us? 1534. Okay. Yeah, I know about MLV5 and Int 21 and stuff like that. I know what you guys are proposing. I know. Yeah, I like the Saturn V with Titan boosters attached to it. And then that big honkin' fairing up there. Yeah, that does like an Atlas V from what I can tell there. Nerva upper stage. Yeah, okay. All right, let me check something. I did look at this yesterday, but I'm curious now. So take this, do that, right? We could do that. I wouldn't mind doing this. I think this is cooler. It's a little bit more complicated, but I like it. I like doing this. I think we should do that. Just got to figure out a way to get these things to dock together. I think I got an idea. I think I got an idea for how to make it work. Where's the pictures? I want to see the pictures. Yeah, they did a stretched S1C. Where are the pictures? We all want to see the pictures. Let's not kid ourselves here, okay? Why don't you use the same diameter for all the rocket? It seems to be what they kind of wanted to do with this. We could do that, dude. It wouldn't be a big deal. But then I'm getting into re-engineering the entire top end of the rocket. Marco, that's kind of why I'm like, ugh. With this, with making these small nuclear-powered third stage and then coupling a bunch of them together in space, doing this is not going to, yeah, that's not going to mess me up too much. You see that Chris G is going to work for SpaceX? What? Really? Wow. That's pretty cool, Ian. You're next, DJ. Just apply. You understand that if I do that, this doesn't exist anymore, right? Look at page 64 of that PDF. Oh, man. Yeah, oh. Over the moon, over the moon. Yeah, over the hill means you're old, but whatever, I'll roll with it. I think it gets the point across enough. Somebody will probably correct me because it's the internet, but here's the thing. Oh well. What if I don't want it, Torch? What if I don't want to work for another person? What if I want to work for myself? I like working for myself. It's fun. I don't put too much stock into what I say on Twitter, Scott, and neither should you. Huh. Yeah, I see it, Aqualex. I see it. Okay. Kind of wanted to do this way, but... They definitely are strange. That's for sure. That's enough with 36 tons. That'll definitely get us there. What's the thrust output on one of these things? It's only 75 kilonewtons. What's the TWR? What's the TWR with that? 0074. Ugh. Oh, that'll take forever to get anywhere. We only have a day. Screw it. Executive decision mode. Let's get the transfer vehicle. Let's get the transfer vehicle out. Yeah, executive decision mode. I'm gonna make a Skylab. We'll make something like Skylab, and then I'm going to, yeah. I'm gonna modify this vehicle to put that up there. Put that on there. it's going to look a little bit strange. And that's going to be one freaking tall rocket. And then this part will be up there. I think that'll work. Just look at it in ortho. Yeah, that doesn't look bad. All right, cool. Let's do it. All right, so we're already on nuclear here, so let's do this. Let's do this one first. So, all right, I know what I want. So, we need this conic adapter right here. So if we go down, I need the conic adapter for this stage because we need to move that cone up to the top here. This needs to go up there. Right? Because we basically don't have a, there's going to be no, I mean, this is the third stage. We have our S2, and then I'm going to need to do another payload attachment fitting here, and that is our nuclear third stage. I mean, it's going to end up looking something like this. That's fine. I'm okay with that. And I want to use the swerve because I want to get there this century. Is it pointy enough? Oh, it's going, look at it. It's very pointy. Very pointy. All right, so we need to do this, and then I need to do the Skylab. Okay. How am I going to do this? How am I going to do this? How am I going to do this? Hey, Predominant. What's up, dude? All right, we don't need that. We don't need this either. That's my... Oh. I don't need that. Okay. Alright, so I have my conic piece here. And this piece needs to go up here. We need to attach that to the instrumentation unit. We don't need the aft skirt here, so we can... I'll just put that over there for now. This piece right here, the conic section needs to be attached here. So that needs to go like that. All right, so here's what we'll do. Give me a 5-meter piece. I need a 5-meter fairing. Yeah, that'll do. Actually, no. We need structure down here, so I need an engine plate first. We need a 5-meter engine plate. And then obviously the decoupler is going to be down there, right? And then... I'm thinking, dudes. I'm thinking. Fairing there. I hate doing this way, to be honest with you. I really don't like it. Can we radially attach those? You can. Alright. Screw that. I don't want an engine plate. I don't like how much trouble the engine plates were giving me with the design previously. So what I want to do is we'll attach the fairing to the bottom. And then I want to shroud this thing. I want to shroud it because, yeah, I think it looks cool. All right. So, check. Excellent. And then now, on the back end of this, we need a structural adapter. That's how I've been making the transfer stages, and this is something that I know works. Okay, so we're gonna do that. But what I want is this thing. I want this thing radially attached to the fairing plate. Actually, can we radial attach it to, hold on. Let me move that out of the way here for a second. Take this engine and just attach it to this first, okay? Go over here like this. Take this, attach it to there. Move that out of the way like this. Now attach that there so we can sheath the stage. This is radially attached, right? So this can move in here like this, and then take my structural piece, attach it to the bottom of the fairing, and then center this piece, or center the swerve right there. And then what we did with the swerve is we moved it in like this. And now what I'm going to do is we're going to go in here like this, and because the swerve is attached to the hydrogen tank and the structural piece is attached to the fairing, what I'm going to do is I'm going to strut the engine to the fairing, and that will clamp that fairing, right? It'll clamp that because the engine is not attached to the fairing, but structurally we can make it attached to the fairing like this with some strutterinos. There we go. Now take this, move that back in there. And I like making the sheath for this thing. I think it looks cool. There we go. Perfect. All right. So now what we can do is take a decoupler, 375, and we attach that to the bottom of our structural component here. And then we move the decoupler down here like that. Perfect. Okay, so now for the forward skirt here, what I'm gonna do is take the fairing, right, and then we're gonna we gotta move it one tick forward. And what I gotta do is I gotta make sure that the strut's in here. Okay. Now, the reason why I wanted to take that fairing forward is because I want to clamp my hydrogen tank between two fairings. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get another 5-meter fairing up here, right? Get another 5-meter, right? And what we do is take this 5-meter fairing and attach that to it. My conic adapter that we already made. We're going to reuse what we made. Take this fairing and put it like that. Oh, turn snap off. Sometimes it doesn't make it exact. There we go. Check. All right. Cool. So now what we're going to do, top fairing, going to the bottom fairing, strut through the hydrogen tanks. Struts go through tanks all the time. That's no problem. All right, so that's clamped in position. This thing should be very, very, very strong. Okay, so now we have our nuclear third stage, and it has that conic adapter on it. Now we can take our avionics package, right? And I'm not sure what we should do with this. That's the S4B instrumentation right there. We have to find a way to put it on top of this thing. So like if I was gonna do something like Skylab, right? What I'd want is that attached like that, but we would want to put it somewhat on a decoupler, right? There's our S4B instrumentation. And yeah, I would want the downward bulkhead for this to look right, for this to do what I want. So let me take the lower adapter here and let's just gizmo that up into place. Right? And then give me a second. I want a decoupler in here, just so we can make it so it can easily separate another third stage if we need it.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
You guys wanted less talking, so that's what I'm doing. Hey Corey, what's up, dude? Also, Twitch somehow says I got a 2-year subscribe, which I think is impossible, but nice. All right, cool, sweet. spray-on foam installation. Bringing a little bit of SLS flavor to our Saturn V. So with this, we might be able to just launch the transfer vehicle all in one shot. So, like, I wouldn't need to couple anything together. We could literally just put that on top of that. What's our TWR? Oh, we gotta adjust it. Gotta paint the nuclear bits yellow. Them's the rules. I want more orange than anything, though. Yeah, there we go. That looks good. Nuclear is yellow. Excellent. Okay, so that's the top of the S4. So this actually has to go right there. That's the forward skirt. Or the S2. Oh my goodness, this is a tall rocket. I mean, okay. How tall is this thing? 70 meters. Wow. That's pretty big. Alright, we can get rid of that. That's a mass simulator for the interstage adapter. We can get rid of that. Now let's set our staging here. Yorp. Yorp. You know what we're gonna do tonight? Try to take over the world? We're gonna rock down to Methane Avenue, because it will take us higher. Well, okay. Okay, that's fair. Yeah, at least, yeah, the labor stages gives you fun, cute sounds. That's right. So we got to work on our struts. I have to work on the top of the S2 right here to make sure that we have the right interstage attachment fairing here, ready. And then, Yeah, exactly. Hyperlinks, right? All right. Yeah, I gotta strut everything up. Let's just detach that for a second. Give me a 5-meter fairing. No, it doesn't have to be orange. Oh no. Actually, we'll make this one. Make the interstage dark. We'll bring some Falcon 9 aesthetic in here. That looks really strange, doesn't it? Dang it! Get back here! Sometimes if you delete the struts wrong, it doesn't get rid of it completely. Alright, so I need tri-symmetry here, not 6 times. Actually, you know what? This is... 6 times is probably better. It looks like a Duracell battery. Oh my gosh, it does. Dang it, chat. Yeah, this is kind of what you got to do if you want to really build it strong. This rocket is really, really tall. And it being so tall like this is going to really cause, like, when we pitch over, it's going to bend. You really have to make sure that it doesn't. But see, I think it's important to note that I'm not just placing struts randomly. I'm trying to be pretty strategic about where I'm putting them. Like I'm clamping parts. It's always a good decision. Basically using struts to do grandparent part strutting if you're familiar with Kerbal 1. If you're unfamiliar, I strut every other part to every other part. The reason why is because they're already attached. Like that this conic structure at the back of my nuclear stage, it's already attached to that decoupler. You don't need to necessarily run from decoupler to that. So I didn't. The fairing is attached to the decoupler. I strut fairing to that structural part. And then I have another set of struts going from the decoupler to the orange fairing on top of it. That makes sense? That looks terrible like that, by the way. Now we're talking. Do you think that because of the height of this rocket, you have to loft it for some ascent so you don't get it to flip over? It really depends on how well the struts can hold this thing together. We're kind of getting really badly into the Kevin Bacon rule here, dude. So we're going to get a little crazy here. So here's what we'll do. I want 6 times symmetry struts here from through the fuel tank into this fairing like that. And then we're going to get a little cheesy here, but the parts do like flopping around. So we're going to strut through the fairing to decoupler here like that. Internal struts going through. And I know this seems like, okay, that's a lot of struts. That'll be $8, baby. You want fries with that? Yes, I do. But yeah, that's kind of what we're gonna need to do. Chosen one! Whew! Oh, okay. And now we need to go up here, and I need to do the same type of strutty behavior going on up here. All right, so tri-struts to decoupler. Decoupler tri-struts to module. And then I need 3x symmetry from the bottom fairing. So this is the top of the nuclear stage to decoupler. And then, yeah, that should be okay. And then if we really wanted to get nuts, hold on, that's not in the right spot. That needs to be up there. Bypass the decoupler, bypass the fairing and the decoupler, and clamp that. And then yeah, I'm not sure what we should do with this one. I think 3x struts here from fairing to decoupler is probably the best bet. There we go. That should hold it. Gotta just... That ain't going nowhere.
Discovery,
Get
go
getting.
throttle up.
84-month resub. Thanks, man. Oh boy, this is gonna get crazy. So this is a Skylab module, or a start of a Skylab module with 36 tons of payload on top of that. From here forward should be what gets up into space. Test flight? Test flight? Test flight? Guys, honestly, I don't think we need the second stage with how much Delta V this thing's going to have. Let me just make sure that we stage this correctly. So, boosters and separation, upper stage ignition, separation, nuclear stage ignition, payload deploy, other payload deploy. Fairing separation. Fairing separation is probably going to end up happening like right there. Alright, so this says let's see. If we did the math out right, let me think. 22 plus 36, 58. This should get into space. If it doesn't wobble itself to pieces, it should get into space. Easily get into space, actually. No Kerbals will be harmed in this test flight. Add time? Alright. Add time and we'll wait here. We might not need the second stage Aqualux, but it really depends. This should get it into space. Believe it or not, what you see here is actually a lighter payload than our Saturn V cargo. Yeah, believe it or not. Alright, I'll wait till all the ad folks are back. Yeah, we're gonna have to fly on a pretty lofted trajectory here, but that's okay. This is not gonna end well. Alright, here we go. This is not gonna end well, dudes. Okay, okay, alright, alright. Okay, we've cleared the tower. Go for roll program. I'm not pitching this thing. Maybe just a teeny weeny bit. TWR is actually pretty good. I'll throttle it down for a max Q, or to keep the dynamic pressure low. Aqualux, I want to point out that you literally just a second ago said keep it straight. Yeah, so pick one, man. It's too late to turn it now. Turning it now is going to put huge moment on the top of the payload. Not doing that. We got to wait till we get higher. Might be able to get it just a little bit. Let's see. I saw it bend. I saw the thing bend. Oh my goodness. I am not touching this. Did you see it? Did you see the whole thing went like this? I went, ah, no! I'm not touching this thing, no. Alright. Let's throttle her back up. Alright, we're gonna have to try to pitch it. Alright, keep it locked on prograde. Come on, baby. Come on, baby, get over. Stand by for main engine cutoff. Oh my god. Okay, switch that to orbital. Where are we going? There we go. Stage separation confirmed. Upper stage ignition. We got good upper stage ignition. Oh. Okay, pitch it over even more. We're high enough now. Okay, shut that off. It's not too low. Trust me. Trust me. It's not too low. We're fine. Guys, remember, this is less mass than Saturn V cargo. No joke. Less mass. Seriously. That upper stage that we had up there is 40 tons. This one is not that. 30 with the swerve and that nuclear and the hydrogen. That's a 2.4 ton module with 36 tons on the top. It's literally the same. It'll fly. We're just lofting, but trust me, we have the Delta V. It'll do it. As long as we don't get too close to our AP, we're fine. Stand by for fairing sep. Fairing separation confirmed. The fairing separation is still working on it. But it's not rocking around much anymore, which is nice. This is a test flight. Fairings might be what's weighing us down a little bit. All those fairings are heavy and the structural adapters and stuff. But this kind of is pretty much, I mean, I think it actually is a little bit more mass. So I think that might be a 40-ton tank, which means it's about the same, which is why our second stage engine cutoff velocity is going to be a little bit lower than what it normally is. But that's okay. I see we're getting close to AP. We'll let it ride, dudes. Let it ride. Stand by for Seco. Separation. Bye-bye. Thank you, weird elongated S2. Very cool. The plume would actually probably be clear, Doom. Yeah. P is positive, dudes. What the hell? Stop it. Stop it. We got up here with 3,200. That's not bad. We gimbal locked the thing at the end there, which is not cool. Not cool. Yeah, Oglex, I can't pitch the vehicle over. Not even a little bit. We were lucky. That thing was bending out of control, but it's good, man. So, okay. I don't think we're going to be carrying 36 tons of Skylab, to be honest with you, dudes, but this thing is pretty mint. It's pretty good. You know, we're going to be carrying a capsule and a rover. There's no way those things are going to be 36 tons of anything, right? Like, capsule and lander, yeah. Yeah, not rover, excuse me. We definitely need some attitude control systems. That shouldn't be an issue. Right. But yeah, this thing sent it. It sent it up in one shot. Not bad. What I was thinking is we could put the lander on top of this thing. But I'm kind of curious to see what happens when this thing is, what's the word? 3,200 will get us to Duna with 36 tons of payload, no problem. I'm kind of curious to see what happens. I mean, we're not going to have a 36-ton freaking lander, you know? So first and foremost, I'm wondering why the thing started boosting to like one direction over the other, but that's okay. It's not a big deal. Yeah. I like this. This is nice. I like launching the whole vehicle in one shot. That's actually pretty cool. Fellas, I'm honestly thinking, though, dump that second stage, get rid of the S2, put an S1C in front of the S4N right here, or behind it, and then put SRBs on the side. I think that's going to be... This is cool, doing stacked on stacked like that, but I think this is a better idea. I think it's going to be more stable, it's going to be easier to fly. The SRBs... I'm not sure if they're going to give us the extra kick that we think, but they might. Now, of course it was worth it, Hip. We got this thing to orbit with 3200 Delta V. I think SRBs would fix that. I simply think having no throttle bucket would have helped it a good bit. Yeah, but if I had kept the engines throttled up, Hellfish, it would have bent. The whole rocket would have bent. Like, did the Saturn V circularize with the second stage? Nope, that's what the S4B is for. Yeah, the S4B did 2 burns during the Apollo missions, hypersonic. There's only one S2 that ever made it into space, and that was the one that launched Skylab. Yeah. So they launched Skylab 1, the S2 separated, and it deployed Skylab, right? And I don't know if Skylab has the ullage thrusters on it. It might not. Either way. So what they would have done is bring an Apollo capsule up and boost Skylab's orbit before it decayed. But the S2 did end up decaying and burning up. But yeah, I don't mind this. We got a nice cargo bay right here. I could put batteries and a bunch of things in there. Heck, we might even be able to put a docking spot there or something. Like, we could put a bunch of stuff back here for Duna and whatnot, like all the monoprop thrusters that we're gonna need, or vernier thrusters and whatnot. And then, so how are we gonna put the lander on here, though? That's the thing. How are we gonna do that? We need... Thanks, Devious. Yep. How are we doing? We're doing all right, Devils. Yeah, we're doing okay. Give me 1 second, dudes. I gotta check something. Interesting. All right, cool. So, that's the other thing we got to figure out. How would the lander ride on top of the stack? Like, where's the lander going to go and where's the capsule going to go? Yeah, Skyper, it went okay. What if we could stick the return capsule in the empty space? That would leave you tons of room for the lander. Yeah, Gene, I was thinking of maybe we could get the capsule to kind of dock this way to align the capsule center of mass, right? Like a parking spot right there. That would be hard to get something to dock into, but also it would be difficult to, like, what happens when we fire the engines? The capsule's gonna... So I don't know if we want that. But this did make it, which is pretty rad. I'm pretty happy. I'm really kind of taken aback that it actually did it. Skylab does seem to have attitude control thrusters. Ah. Nitrogen. So they're using cold gas thrusters. They use cold gas thrusters to keep it boosted. Good to know. Thank you. Thank you for checking, fellas. That's actually really helpful. Clarify what I meant. The way I dial launches is to pitch over, hold 4 degrees, launch to fall. For a gridlock, you should be doing it. Aqualex. Okay, all right, all right. I understand what you're explaining, and you're right. But also, I just... Are you explaining to me how to launch something into space in KSP? I just... Feed my curiosity for a second. Are you... Like, I'm not trying to be a jerk, and I understand, and you're right. Like, you got to pitch it over a little bit, and then you go. I get it, but also, just take a step back. You're trying to explain to me how to launch something you can't. I get it. I know how to do it, dude. The reason why I didn't fly it exactly how you should fly a regular KSP ascent is because this thing is like trying to launch a snake into space. You know? Like, I had to be careful. You know what I'm saying, man? Like, I get you. You're not wrong. But also, like, this thing is like, you know? All right. So, I'm thinking some SRBs, some thumpers down here, some Clydesdales down here might not do us wrong here. Dump the second stage entirely, right? So, I'm going to do that. Let's save this out as... VN2 stage. All right. Yeah, that's true, PY. Yeah, you're not wrong. All right, so the idea here is that even though the stage will get, if we get rid of this stage, we're gonna have to use more of the fuel from the nuclear rocket to get us up into space. The idea is that because the rocket is so much lighter, I can better control the pressure. The rocket's actually shorter, so it's a little easier to fly. And if we have SRBs on it, the SRBs could more or less, I don't think it's going to be 1-to-1, but they more or less should be able to overcome the delta V that we would have gained from this. And if we absolutely have to, if we absolutely 100% have to, we could shut down the center engine on our Saturn V and control our TWR a little better on ascent, because I have a feeling that's going to be a little bit of an issue. I might need to throttle this thing or modulate the throttle on it a little bit. So nuclear 2 stage, and here's how we're going to dump this. So as much as I love the S2 is money. Let's go in here like this, grab the decoupler, right? And let's go in here like this, dump that, and dump that decoupler, and then take this, yes, this is how this works. Why not remove the center engine for weight reduction? Battle, is that what they did? I think that's actually, that sounds familiar, dude. I think that's what they did in the PDF that Aqualex linked here. I think with Int 4, they actually had 4 engines, dude. I don't know if we're going to necessarily have Clydesdales on here. I was thinking kickbacks would probably get the job done. You know? I was thinking the kickbacks might do it. But I need to rerun the struts here. That's important. So these struts go from here. Oh crap, that's upside down, so it doesn't want that. Just get rid of those. We can try symmetry to the fairing up here. And then, I believe the way that I had it was that these ones right here are also decoupler to fairing for tri-symmetry here. We're strutting around the structural adapter, that conic structural adapter. I'm strutting through it to basically mimic inner stage holding that thing in place. That's what the struts are really here for. Okay, and now how I had that set up when this was the S2 is like this. We had mirror sim right here. And I went mirror sim from here to there. I don't know why this thing keeps opening. And I had 6 struts in mirror sim going to the structural adapter right there. That should hold this thing. We gotta just tap it. You know. Hang on. Gotta move the camera. You know, just. It's not going nowhere. Yeah, Alex, I got you, man. I got you. I was just. I know the context of it, dude. I just thought it was funny. It made me laugh, man. Not in a bad way. We're not trying to be a jerk. I just thought it was pretty good. Just ribbing you a little bit, that's all. And also, that looks pretty good, man. That looks pretty good. Now we got to get to the fun part. So, the benchmark that we had was 3200 delta V on the second stage, or on our nuclear stage, on orbit with 36 tons of payload. I think that SRBs can help bridge this gap. So, oh, we don't have burn time. Frick. We don't have burn time. This might get a little bit complicated. Got a big subviewer, I didn't mind. Yeah, I just want to make sure I'm not being a jerk. I'm not trying to be a jerk just to be a jerk, you know? I just thought it was funny. Sometimes, though. Anyway, let's get through this. Ready? Like, just put this in here like that. All right. So, do we have burn time on these? Can we see the burn time on a kickback? We might have to, Phenos. It really depends, dude. We got to do the math? I gotta do the math. I can just put one out on the pad and fire it. We're gonna learn something new today, guys. It's called math. Watching the Atlanta race was pain. Really? Is there a way to play KSP2 offline? Guys, I just made a shortcut on my desktop to KSP2, and I don't have to open the private division launcher. Just on a side note. Yeah, so one of these designs here is a Saturn V with Titan boosters attached to the side. See these 155 and 120? Those are Titan. Those are boosters from Titan 3. I don't know what the frick those are, and I definitely don't know what the frick those are. This design, though, I kind of like. So what we're gonna do is that. We're gonna do that. Let's How are we gonna get this? How are we gonna make a hold down point for this? Definitely not gonna be able to be held up like that. So. We can always offset the hold down like that. I don't think that's going to be a problem. There we go. Yowza. Look at this thing. Look at this thing. Off-center SRBs, maybe. Oh, kill it. Kill it with fire. I hate it so much, but it might be what we have to do. We might have to go do an Atlas on this thing. But you know what? That doesn't look half bad, man. Oh my gosh. What is this? What are we making here? Holy balls, this thing's gonna go. Okay. I think we can actually rotate the decoupler just a little bit. There we go. So yeah, it's gonna be slightly off center. And I kinda hate it, but whatever. What do you think? Tilted nose cones, or do we go straight nose? Oh, that looks really cool. That looks really cool, man. I don't hate that. Yeah, that looks really good, man. Feature request, procedural SRBs. Yeah. Actually, if we want to mount these SRBs right, usually SRBs have a singular mount point up the top and 2 mount points down the bottom. So we got to go down here like this, right? Oh, get rid of that strut. We don't need that. Get rid of that one. 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 All right, so how SRBs usually work is that they have a singular strut right here, and that strut connects like that. Obviously, the game lets you strut through anything, so I'm just gonna fix this. Okay, good, good, good. So now we need double struts down the bottom here. So that, okay. Yeah, I don't know what that shadow is. I couldn't tell you. Okay. So now those things shouldn't move. But now we gotta we need them to get a good That's all, folks. We need to get them to separate. Where does it calculate the center of mass on this thing? Okay, so it's right there. What once there was a girl who wanted to fly in air. Today, Junior. Ow, you're tearing my ear off, chat. Chat, don't make fun of little kids for trying to read. That's psychotic. I'm sorry, I can't hear you. I have been physically abused in the ear. Actually, a separation... You generally don't want your separator motors pointing at your fuel tanks because it's a fuel tank. Generally, don't... Yeah, you don't want that. Now, you don't need to do this in Kerbal. Kerbal don't care. But we're going to do it. So, 2 separators up at the top, ahead of our center of mass, right? And I'll do 2 steps on either side, and they will not point at the fuel tank. Okay. All right. This will end well. I hope this is going to be enough. Put that up there. We'll light the mains first. Boosters in ignition, right? And then there's the booster separation right there. And then get rid of that. And now, yeah, we're going to need... Well, the Saturn V has its separator motor, so that's okay. Gotta go find the top fairing up here. Okay. Cool. Let's try this. TWR? I don't know. Oh, it calculated my TWR that time. Neato burrito. Okay. You guys ready? We'll still need to do attitude control systems for this, but yeah, we could stretch the S1C. Ian, let's just take a minute here and just think about how nuts this actually is. Can you imagine an S1C with a 10-meter nuclear stage? Wait a minute. That's... That makes so much sense. You know, guys, I'm not... I might be a little crazy, okay? Dude, I'm kind of crazy, okay? Like, but also at the same time... Ian, hear me out here. Hear me out. The Copernicus. The transfer vehicle. It's a 10-meter nuclear stage. That's what they wanted to do for Constellation. They wanted to do a 10-meter nuclear stage for Ares 5. That can't be a coincidence. That can't be a coincidence. I'll bet you they went digging when they were figuring out constellations. Constellation. I'll bet you they went digging and found stuff like this. Yeah, that can't be a coincidence. If they wanted to put a 10-meter nuclear third stage on Saturn V, that right there, that MPC thingamajigger, is literally that. It's the same thing. Yeah, it's literally the same thing, Aqualex. What is that? What's the difference here? What's the difference here between SLS, right? SLS with or Ares 5 with like a nuclear transfer stage on top with 5-segment boosters, right? Between that and this, that is an S1C is just as powerful as the core stage and the boosters, and you put boosters on top of that. That's like we're talking similar liftoff thrusts here, similar core diameter, similar propellants. That's not a coincidence. They definitely went digging. The Constellation engineers definitely went digging through. They definitely went digging through, and yeah, there's no way that's an accident. Oh, I saw something. Hang on. Hey, OD, what's up, bro? Yeah, that's not a coincidence, dude. No way. There's no way that's a coincidence. They literally went digging through the AAP to figure out what to do for Constellation. And Constellation, see, that tells me that Constellation is truly, yeah, it's Apollo applications, but with shuttle stuff. Damn. I really wish they had done that. It's Apollo applications with literally with shuttle stuff. That's what it is. How's the update? It's great, Orion. Yeah, really good. I have a Saturn V first stage with a Saturn V nuclear powered second stage, and then a Skylab on top of that. Should be fun. Okay. Here we go. Check your stage and fire the missiles. All right, let's just. Can you guys just pretend like that didn't happen? Can you guys maybe not tell anybody about that? I was like, the SRBs are that. Nope, the Separatrons were where they did. Yeah, it's backwards. I was like, that's awfully slow off the pad, man. I saw somebody said, wait, is the staging right? Right when I launched it. I was like, nope, no, it's not. There we go. All right. I was wondering, like, why is it spinning? That's a good trick, but also... Quick. Okay, down. Down, boy. Down. Holy balls, that's fast. This is much more stable to fly. Way more stable. Not yet. Not yet, Oculus. No, not yet. Okay, stand by. SRB. Flame out. We got a good separation. Pitching over. Staging velocity is already way higher than it was.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Get rid of that. Hey, Eric. 7-month or 6-month resub. Thank you. Yeah, dude, we gotta throttle back. Gotta throttle back to get a little bit more burn time out of the stage here. Shut down that center motor. Alright, look where the AP is. Unreal. Yeah, I think the SRBs are more than sufficing, to be honest with you. Not really. AOD, I was aiming for 100 by 100. This thing just gets out of the hole real fast, dude. I don't need the center engine. I think we should cut the center engine out of the design. We don't need it. could use 2 instead of 4. Why? Why? Wait, why would we do that? It's another test, Tigris, but yeah, we should be getting up there here in a second. I just need to see something. Remember, with the second stage and no SRBs, we got it to, what was it, guys? Like 115 or something? 115 by 70, and we had 3,200 meters a second delta V left at like 115 by 70 orbit. It was a terrible insertion. If this thing gets 3,200, if this thing has 3,200 left at a 184 by 184 circ, yeah, I think it's safe to say that the SRBs is probably where we should go. And then if I optimize ascent, it'll be even better. Did you ever figure out what was wrong with the lander? Haven't gotten that far today, Firefitter. I need to make a bigger vehicle. And whatever it was, I'm redesigning the lander because frick that thing, man. Frick that thing. Yeah, Popple, it's a good enough example, dude. Let me explain. Give me a second. Try to circularize as best as we can.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
$217 by 159 with the same amount of delta V left. And if I use the first stage to propel us even further, it's gonna be good, man. Because let me just check something. So how much would it be? How much delta V would it be to lower the PE back down to 100? Right, let's just say that that's a PE lowering back down to 100. It's 50. Yeah, dude, this thing should. Yeah, see, those freaking 4 SRBs do the same thing as that damn second stage. Crazy, right? This is way simpler. So this thing just yeeted an entire, like, almost fully fueled nuclear stage with a gigantic hab module and 36 tons of liquid fuel and oxidizer up into space. Pretty much no problem. I like what I saw there. I'm dialing in this lifter. Like, once again, remember, we're going Apollo application style. So I'm dialing in the lifter. But with this, I won't need to do multiple Saturn V launches. We could literally do one launch with this and one launch with the Saturn 1B. And this should work right. How much Delta V do you think we need from the Duna mission for LKO? With the transfer vehicle needs like 30... It's like 3,600. So what we can do for this test, I mean, we're not going to be carrying 36 tons of anything up here. But I'm designing with 36 tons because, like I said, we're not carrying 36 tons of fuel in here. There's no way my lander for Duna is going to be 36 tons. But if it is, I don't have a problem here, right? It's simulating the lander, the capsule attached to this. So the capsule and the lander. And, yeah, it's simulating the capsule and the lander attached. Are you going to drop the 5th engine? I actually don't think we need that 5th motor. Yeah, I don't think we need it. How did NASA do this kind of thing when they couldn't do all these test flights? Was it all based on theory and math? They did do test flights, Firefitter. They did 2 tests of the Saturn V before they put people on it. And one of them almost failed catastrophically. Yeah. See, here's the thing. I know it seems like a stretch, dude, right? It's like, So what I'm trying to tell you is that they did all the math out. They did all the math. That's what you do with rockets. You do the math out, and you come up with what's called an analytical model, right? And in your analytical model, dude, here's the thing. There are variations here, right? There's variations. Like, no rocket launch is going to be exactly the same as the other one. Wind conditions change, right? For instance, you can predict the wind to an extent, right? But the wind's never going to be blowing in the exact same direction, right? And it's never going to be the exact same rocket with the exact same circumstances. But here's the thing about physics. The laws of physics don't change. They're pretty damn concrete. Not open for interpretation. If you do the math out, and you've done the math out right, it'll work. It'll absolutely work on the first try. That's the hard part, though. Taking everything into account. That's what makes rocket science so damn difficult. But during the Apollo program, you ask? Well, what they did the math out, and then they did tests. Now, what tests did they do? Well, there's a huge test stand at Marshall Space Flight Center called Test Stand 4670. Test Stand 4670 is where they did the first stage tests. They built a Saturn V first stage, and then they fired it on the test stand. There's a picture. Now, yeah, that flame is probably like 600 or 700 feet long coming out of there, right? So they did the tests on the test stands. And then if we go... the B-2 test stand at Stennis, they did the same thing. That's what the B-2 test stand at Stennis is originally for. It's for testing Saturn V first stages. They do acceptance testing, right? So they take these things, they put the first stage on there, and then there's the A2 test stand, which was the second stage test stand, and then the A3 test stand, which is the third stage test stand. All those are at Stennis. So they'd fire each stage, make sure the stage works, and make sure that their analytical model is going to match. Now, once again, there's still variation here, but physics is physics, all right? Your burn time doesn't change just because you're up in space, right? It doesn't change. Burn time, you're only going to get a certain amount of burn time out of a certain amount of propellant, okay? You can make that more efficient with how your nozzle is done, like what's called an expansion ratio, so like what the shape of the nozzle, right, can be different. But burn time is burn time. It doesn't, it's always, the first stage is always going to have a 120 second burn time. It's always going to have that, all right? Now, you can throttle the engines, all right, and get it to burn for a little bit longer. But with the engines at full blast, it's always going to last this amount of time, right? So that's what they do with the math, right? That doesn't change whether you're up in space or not. So that's why they static fired. That's why they static fired all the Saturn stages. Static fired them, just to be absolutely sure. And that's what they did on the 4670 test stand at Marshall. That's what they did on the B1, B2 test stand. A1 and A2 and A3, or A1 and A2 test stands, not the A3. The A3 test stand was for something else, right? So they also put these in a gigantic can crusher at Marshall. They basically put one in a big hydraulic press and broke it to see where it breaks, to take into account those variations, right? So, like, the wind is never going to blow like 1,000 miles an hour, right? Unless something is catastrophically gone wrong, in which case, if you get 1,000-mile-an-hour winds or 1,600 kph winds, I'm pretty sure launching a rocket is of the least of your concern, right? So, you're never going to encounter wind forces like that. So, you design it for something you know you're never going to encounter. That eliminates, like, the wind conditions for a rocket is always going to be slightly different. They're never going to be exactly the same. That eliminates that being a problem, right? That's good engineering, right? You basically design the rocket to be able to withstand like 500-mile-an-hour wind shear or something, right? Which is 800 kph. Like 800 kph wind shear, because you know you're never going to encounter an 800-kilometer-an-hour wind. That's never going to happen. Our atmosphere doesn't work that way. Right? So that's why, they crushed it in the can to see where it breaks, to see how it breaks, right? And even that, there's the math done out for when and where it's going to break. And the closer you can get your analytical model to what actually happens, when you go to put the stupid thing out on the test stand or out on the pad, you get this. Apollo 4, the first Saturn V flight. Dude, they literally, after all that testing, they stacked this thing on top of each other and sent it, right? They know individually that each stage is going to work. Each stage will work correctly. First stage, second stage, third stage. They know that they're going to work correctly by themselves, but stacked on top of each other, you never know. So eventually, you know, you do the math out for the dynamics that are going to be involved here, like wind, compression, max Q, stuff like that, right? And then eventually you're going to have to launch it. Now, here's what's considered a successful test flight, okay? Here's what's considered a successful test flight, because it's a good question, dude, right? Like, how the frick did they know? Did they just put this on the pad and just send it? Well, yeah, kind of. But they made sure that they did all the math out before that. And how did they do out all the math? Slide rule in a notepad, which is what makes Apollo so ridiculously insane. These guys drawing blueprints of these rockets, like literally just drawing blueprints and doing the math out like on a chalkboard, which is just, right? It's insane. Nowadays, they do the same thing. The way they do it doesn't change, but they do the analytical models with a computer in a simulation. You know, they're not just doing the math out, right? Like, that's what made the Apollo program so hardcore. Literally designing rockets with no computer. That's ridiculous that it even worked, right? Because, you know, they went and put it out on Apollo 4. Now, here's the key for a rocket test. This is what I was trying to tell you. Here's the key. Even if the rocket makes it into space, if it doesn't make it into space the way you expected it to make it into space, you failed. That's not a good test. The test is to see how close your math was to what actually happened. If your analytical model, so all the stupid math that you had to do to get this, to figure out how this thing's going to fly, if that exactly matches within a certain range, right? It's because it's never going to be exact. You know that. The wind might change on the way up. That happens, right? How close your math is to like what actually happens is how you determine test flight success. So eventually, dude, you know, you're going to have to put that thing on the pad. It's going to have to fly. So the Saturn V had a really nasty problem. They put it on the pad on Apollo 4 and it almost exploded on the way up. It was close. It didn't do it exactly, but it almost did. The first stage was causing insane oscillations on the stack. So first of all, the Saturn V is a really tall vehicle. And if you saw me launch that really tall vehicle a second ago, you could see the top was weeble wobbling around. Saturn V does that. Most rockets do. If you have a really tall rocket, it's going to be wiggling around a little bit. Now, when the rocket launches, the whole thing will compress, so you won't see it as much, right? But Saturn V has lateral pogo. But the big one is what's called longitudinal pogo oscillation. So basically the thrust in the first stage, the engines couldn't sustain like 100% thrust because of how the fuel was being delivered. So that would cause the whole thing to kind of when it was on the way up. And the vibrations from it were so ridiculously bad. So when they did Apollo 6 almost, it literally was falling apart. It was shaking itself to pieces on the way up. Check this out. So, take a look at this engineering camera. There were literally parts falling off of the damn rocket because the pogo was so ridiculously bad. They fixed it, and they mitigated it by putting baffles in the injector plate on the F1, and that did fix it. But the funny thing is, and that did get it to work. That was good enough to their analytical model. They didn't take into account the engines don't like being at 100% throttle all the time because of how the fuel was being delivered. They didn't take that into account, so they missed something. So they had to launch another one, and when they launched another one, it happened again, and that kind of made it so they knew what was going on. So when they launched the next Saturn V, Apollo 8, it worked, right? But it is pretty ballsy putting people on a rocket that literally shook itself to pieces on the last flight. But then again, you're kind of under a time crunch because the Apollo program was, you know, we choose to go to the moon in this decade, right? Like the whole thing, the whole LEM started, or not LEM, the lunar module adapter and the CSM started falling apart on the way up. Look, see the shots? Look at that thing, right? Take a look. For the people on mobile, I'll show you. That's not a stripe. That's literally the lunar module adapter falling apart. It's ripping itself to pieces because the vibrations from this thing is so ridiculously high. The whole stack is doing this. It's shaking back and forth like that. So, the key with the analytical tests, or the analytical model, is getting it as close to the real-life test as possible. So nowadays, like I said, we have computers and simulations on our side. So during the Apollo program, you know, it was kind of like, okay. Here's the thing. You want to hear something nuts? When that thing went to launch, SLS, right? You want to hear about good engineering? Everybody sits here and says, oh, it's so expensive. I don't care what those people have to say, right? You're right. Of course it's expensive. You want to know how close they got? Now, this shows that NASA's still good at what they do. You want to know how close they got? How close do you think they got it? So, the rocket, SLS, was designed to put something in 1,000 nautical mile by 20 nautical mile elliptical orbit. How close do you think it was, Fire? Like, let's talk in percentage. How far off were they in percentage? Did they get it like 95% of the way there? 96% of the way there? 80% of the way there? What do you think? 98.5? SLS with its insertion accuracy was 0.3% off predicted trajectory. 0.3, 99.7% accurate to what they thought it was going to do. That is about as good as you're going to get. Because once again, can't predict everything. But that's about as good as you're going to get. Seriously, with engineering, it doesn't get better than that. You're never, like, 99.7 is good enough. That's why they say nominal. That's good enough. Because trying to get that 99.8 and 99.9, you're never going to get 100%, right? Trying to get those last 0.2s of a percentage would be insane. That would be really hard to do. That's good enough. You know that thing ain't breaking, you know? It happens when your second stage is a ULA stage. Hellfish, I'm talking about core stage insertion. So ICPS Orion flight trajectory was 998 by 20 for the final insertion for the ICPS. This isn't with the ULA parts, but yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah, crazy, right? Now that's good engineering. You know, that's the stuff that people don't. You know, people like bad-mouthing SLS. That's the stuff they don't talk about. They don't talk about that is one of the most precision-engineered moon rockets ever devised by man. Ever. The first test flight literally was 99.5% successful. Like, in terms of, like, everything. Like, you know, how the stage performed, how Orion performed. It 99.5, 99.6, something like that. It was literally about as good as you can get to a perfect test flight, which is bananas to me. That is a well-engineered piece of equipment. That's the term good enough for government work, yeah. Did the Ariane launch? Ariane was very, 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 very precise with its James Webb insertion. Yeah, it was about that. That's what you need, guys. 98.5% is not going to get you into your final orbit. 99. This is like, when you're testing rockets and doing what's called acceptance testing for rockets, getting 98.5% of the way there is literally failing. 98.5% of the way there doesn't get you into space. That means you come back down. That's how hardcore this stuff is. Can you imagine getting 98.5 on a test and failing? This is why people say that, oh, space is difficult, space is hard, space is hard. This is why they do. This is why they do that. Yeah. Even like a 99.2 is like a D minus. Think about that for a second. That's pretty nuts, dude. All right. So let's take our center engine off and we'll do another test flight here. But once again, in Firefighter, this is the whole point of what I'm trying to get at. Physics are predictable. If you know what math to crunch, you can predict what the rocket is going to do with 99.8% insertion certainty, right? On your insertion trajectory. That's what I was trying to say. You can predict what it's going to do if you know what math to crunch. That's the hard part. That's what makes rocket science difficult. You're not going to know what numbers you're going to need to crunch until you go and launch it. But how can you know what it's going to do before you launch it? That's what makes NASA so damn good at what they do. So SLS did take a while, but literally that is one of the most successful first flight of any booster ever. Ever. Like, better than the Saturn V. Saturn V fell apart on the way up. By modern, how we deal with risk nowadays, dude, by modern, like, kind of safety metrics, Apollo 4 and Apollo 6 failed. And even by some metrics, like Apollo 8, you could even make the argument there, right? Like, I would say Apollo 8 is fine, but yeah. Crazy, right? In my work, 98.5 is a fail sometimes. It's often 99% or above. Right, Wiz? Exactly. So I sympathize with NASA, but obviously I'm not working on a gigantic rocket. My work is much simpler. But yeah, I mean, the margins are determined by, Wiz, like, by whatever your design criteria is. It's, yeah, it gets pretty nuts. Anyway, let's take one motor out of this thing. And we'll send it again. By what measures did Apollo 8 fail? Stage insertion trajectory might be a little off. They may have had to compensate here and there, Jim. But yeah, I'm not 100% sure. Like, it's more risk in, like, risk aversion, right? But yeah, I would call it, dude, the guys came back in one piece and they did what they needed to do. That's good enough for me. But like, the point that I'm trying to illustrate with that is that the acceptance testing is so stringent for rockets nowadays, because with computers and stuff, we can predict reasonably what they're going to do, right? So our acceptance criteria is a lot higher. It's a lot more of a finer trimmed margin than it would have been back in the day. I think it's safe to say that failed acceptance test. That failed acceptance testing. Yeah, that didn't work. Yeah. I don't know if you guys saw. I don't think that worked how we wanted it to. Just putting it out there. I don't know why the engine separated there. Why would it do that? It was being an engine 3, wasn't it? Okay, so yeah, we still have 4 engines there. Maybe it was the clamp clipping in. So let's move our hold down points away. Let's move them out a little bit. Yeah, let's see what that does. Yeah, Nico. I don't think it did what we wanted it to do. Yeah, that wasn't what we wanted. I think we did. Yeah, we maybe didn't put the head gasket on. We didn't torque the head gasket bolts right, or something. Okay. We have the TWR. Let's give her a little bit of a push or a pitch over. We should be able to handle a crazy pitch over like this with this thrust of weight. Yeah. There you go. Yeah, we didn't torque it down right. They used Newton meters instead of foot-pounds. Okay, we're really burning through max Q here. 30,000. That's quite high. What was the year gap between KSP 1 and 2 for? KSP 1 came into early access in 2011. And then hit 1.0 release in 2015. And then KSP 2 hit early access in 2023. Who knows when release is? Yeah, it was a long gap, dude. We were waiting a long time. It's alright, Goose. I'm using some of that extra first stage delta V that we have to control the height of the AP. It's not in the right stage, Aqualux. It doesn't really matter. It's an inconsequential amount of mass, but I'm really kind of worried that we can't really separate the, Go away, fairings. You are drunk. I can't get the nuclear engine to steer straight. Yeah, it really doesn't want to. Interestingly enough. Is it centered? It's gotta be. Yeah. Huh. Last time this happened, the control point was offset. Yeah, let me see where my control point is. Nope.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Nico. Tier 1 3 months in advance. Thanks, buddy. Alright. Huh. I'm pretty sure that thing is centered, fellas. It's... Yeah, interesting. Where's the center of mass? Is the hab module offset somehow? Nothing is offset. Everything's in a straight line as far as I can tell. Interesting. No, it's not connected to the node. It's radially attached to the tank. But I made sure that that thing was straight up, which is interesting. We're probably going to need to add an ACS to this, which is fine. An attitude control system, guys. Easy peasy. Not a big deal. Repo middle engine offset? No. I don't think so. Wait, what the hell? Wait. Yeah, it was just a camera. Yeah, it might be a little ways to one side. Alright, I gotta check. Yeah, I can't tell. It's aligned, guys. Yeah. It's... Huh. Yeah, that's... Yeah, it's aligned. Yeah. You pushed it inside the tank. Maybe the offset upsets it. It doesn't. It doesn't. It's strutted. This is exactly how... It's exactly how I made the transfer vehicles, dude. It's... Yeah. I have issues with going to Map-O to start spinning your craft out of control. Yeah. Dude, the 4-engine config is quite good, though. I really do like it. Yeah. If we just kind of control the throttle a little ways on our way up, really, really, really could be nice. Thing really works good, man. Alright. So, I'll start outfitting this thing with stuff that we need. We're going to need an attitude control system for this thing, so... First of all, let me make sure that the fairing is in the right action, or the right stage. Alright, so now what we need to do... We need to start parking components in here. So what I'm going to do... I want to use... Yeah, maybe we shouldn't use verniers. Maybe we should use mono. Nah, use verniers. We shouldn't... It shouldn't be an issue. Let's put our vernier tanks in there for attitude control. And then hopefully it doesn't drift around too much. Hopefully. The verniers with previous transfer vehicles just really like to just move everywhere. Like everywhere all at once. They just like drifting around. Even with struts, which kind of sucks, but... Portal turret time. Yep. This was a triumph. I'm making a note here. Huge success. This was a triumph. Physicsless parts, Pigzig, are actually the parts that move around the most. Interesting, right? The cake is a lie? No. No, it's not. No. Remember that one time that you said there would be cake, and then there was cake, and you were like, no way. I'm using this adapter to make a spot to attach batteries. Okay, let's take that off. Now, up at the top here, we're going to need to redesign this a little bit. I don't necessarily want a decoupler up here. Now, this is going to be the hard part. How do we get the lander? How do we get the lander out here? So, in this open area, we have spots for verniers, right? And we have the battery. And what else? We can use fuel cells, I suppose, but I was thinking solar panels might be a good idea. RTG all the way. You generally wouldn't want an RTG on a craft that wouldn't want RTGs on a craft like this. You don't want RTGs on a craft with people on it, dudes. Good work. It'll happen eventually. I would see a reactor. I'd think we'd get a reactor before that. It worked for Matt Damon. Yep. Yes, it did, didn't it? You know what? Instead of all these small tanks, you know what I'm going to do? Here. We'll go down in here. Let me just open up visual on this thing for a second. I'm going to dump the battery for a moment. And you know what we'll do instead? We'll put a fuel tank down here. Big fuel tank. Big old methane tank. And I took 18 tons of up there out of the design. So if we put 9 tons, we introduce 9 tons back in down here. You know, there's already batteries up there at in the IMU in the instrumentation unit. So what I'll do, actually, we might be able to put, we might have enough space to put the whole damn tank down there. Nah, we don't need that much fuel. Let's do that. Move this forward and make it look like a waste tank, Skylab style. And then what we'll do is that'll hold that in place. Cool. All right, so now up top, we're gonna need a spot for the lander, and then we also need a spot for the capsule. I'm not exactly sure how we're gonna do that. And you know what? Screw that. I want the big solar panels. I've decided. It's just, how are we gonna put those in there? How do you move the fairing to the side like that? Hit the eyeball, and it'll fix, yeah, it'll do that. It'll fix it for you. Yeah, no problem, Nick. You know what? Long duration trip. Give me another battery pack back here, independent of the IMU. Or the instrumentation unit. Okay, cool. That's good. So that basically leaves us 27 tons. We could put 27 tons of whatever up here. There you go, Eddie. Right on, man. I don't think we need a 27-ton lander, to be honest, Chillin. I'm just really trying to figure out a way to make the capsule attached to this. So I'm going to get rid of the decoupler, okay? Because we were just using a mass simulator. And for this particular version, I'm going to instead put a hab up here. We're going to take one of the hab modules. This thing. We're going to put that right there, okay? And then, so how much is that? So 1.2 tons. Then, what we could do... I'm going to need a radial docking port for this. Okay. Here, let me show you. Let me think about how I want this done. Give me a second. All right, so what I think we should do is we should launch this with the lander sitting up here, okay? And then I'll launch a Saturn 1B. We'll attach the capsule to the lander, and the lander can ride structurally here, okay? We can have the lander in line structurally, all right? And that's how we'll transit out to Duna with, you know, the HAB module, Skylab style, then the lander, and then, so I'll put a docking port on both sides of the lander, just because. So we'll have the lander so you can ingress through. So our lander is going to look a little strange. It's going to look a little different than what you've normally seen me made. But having a lander with docking ports on both sides eliminates this kind of problem, right? So we'll have the lander strapped in up here, right? And yeah, that should work. And then I need an airlock module too. And then so we'll have capsule flying backwards, lander, HAB module, right? And then what I'll do is I'll add a secondary docking port here. When we get to Duna, we'll separate the capsule. Capsule will go over here. It'll dock to the side. Crew can transfer in to the lander, and then the lander can go. And the capsule will just stay parked on the side. And then the lander will come back up. We can take the capsule, move it back over here, or just leave it there, right? We discard the lander, put the crew back on, and send the transfer vehicle back home. So, yeah, that's good. I think that'll work. Yeah, that's gonna only take 2 launches, and we should be able to get it done relatively fast. Just put this in here. We're going to put a radial docking port there. Cool. And now, up here, we'll put the lander. The lander for Kerbal? No, the capsule is my lander for Kerbal. Landing on Duna. That's where we're going. And then we're going to need our solar panels, like what we said. We're also going to need antennas. So this thing's going to need a small S-band antenna. Put that inside of the fairing, right? And then... bear with me. It won't be asymmetric by much, right, Cross? Alright, that looks good. Yeah, that thing is not going to throw us off by much, dude. And then we need our solar. I don't really want the solar panel to block the freaking window. I mean, what's that going to look like? Well, I don't hate it. Solar panels, like, they're once again, they're riding inside of the fairing, right? So it looks good. Right, there we go. Antennas, secondary docking port is riding inside of the fairing, and then give me another one of these. Actually, that broke that, so... Has he agreed to do Saturn Heavy yet? No! Quiet. Antennas over egress. I don't know how to get Kerbals to get out of this thing chilling. That's why I put the antenna there. I don't know how to get Kerbals to egress out of here. You have to use something with a control point. Which means if we wanted ingress and egress capability, like we wanted an airlock, we would need to do that. I don't know how to make them go out of that door either, Hip, to be honest with you. Like, if we're going to be really straightforward, I have no idea. The problem is that that doesn't leave much room for the actual lander. You know, so I think I'll forego ingress, like an airlock on here, and let's just say they can depress the capsule if they want to go outside. Apollo 9 style. I think, yeah, I don't have a problem with that. Let's go in here like this. Actually, so I want the lander attached to a decoupler. And I'll put the docking port on a separate thing, right? I'll put our docking port on a separate piece. Worst case scenario, it kind of snap docks in space. That's okay. So give me a medium, actually the small decoupler. Put the decoupler around the base ring like that. I wish we had the 1/8 decouplers. That would make this a lot easier. Yeah, that'll work. Hey, Forge. What's going on, man? Has anybody had any experience with connecting two things through a docking port? I know in the release that wasn't working right. Is it working correctly now? I'm not sure. How's the new patch going? It's fine, Forge. Yeah, really good. I have a Saturn V here with Titan boosters on the side and then a nuclear-powered second stage. Well, you know what, Sun Temple? In the name of time, I'm going to go with what I know. We just got to build a lander now. Alright. I think we're good here. Let's give this thing a test flight, and what we'll do on this test flight is put 18 tons of lander up here, just out of curiosity. Let's just see what happens. Okay. All right, here we go. Send it. All right, ready? We're not staged. Here we go. Looking good. Vehicles pitching roll program. Vehicles pitching now downrange. Look at how solid that thing is. Now we're talking. Very nice. It's just the vehicle rocking back and forth, Forge. Just Kerbal things, dude. Alright, so this is just basically going to shake down the vehicle, guys. If this thing works how I think it's going to work, we should just be able to launch the Kerbals up there. Might need maybe one more test flight. Maybe. Uh-oh. She's coming back around. I pitched over too much. Damn! Give me 1 second, I might be able to fix it. One more time around. Do a flip. Yeah, this one's no good. Restart. I'm just showing off. I almost saved it. If the SRBs had kept going, we would have been fine. But, yeah. Do test flights affect the budget? It's sandbox mode gas right now. I'm not doing mission mode right now. Not for a while, at least. I pitched over too much too fast. That's okay. I wanted to really see what we could do. I did that on purpose. I thought it could do it, but I was wrong. Let's try again. Will there be mission mode? Not right now? Okay, Jack, I got a question. Did I just say that or did I think it? What did I just say? Sorry, I was focusing on this. Either way. Technically, you said you weren't doing mission mode right now. Okay, cool. Alright, that's what I thought I said. Alright, no funny countdown. Let's go. That's a lot of get up and go. Cleared the tower. She's rolling. Roll pitch program. How many frames would this be pre-launch patch? 5? Maybe? 3 to 5? Yeah, of course, Tiny Tank. Man, nice aerodynamic. Gotta get that asymmetric thing going. Yeah, something like that, Terminator, right? Oh, yeah. Alright, we gotta start pitching. Look at that thing. Super solid. Oh, no, not again. Hey, solid. I never said it wouldn't flip. Why is she flipping out so much? I got this. My God, no. You know what it might be? It might be that I took too much weight off the front. If it's lighter, we're going to go faster, and if we're going faster, we're not going to be able to pitch as much. It should be. We're missing 27 tons of mass, give or take. So our TWR is going to be higher. If our TWR is higher, our dynamic pressure is going to be a lot higher. Then just throttle down. That's the plan, man. Did you see Chris G joined SpaceX? I did. That's actually really cool. All right. We're going to have to throttle down. We're going to have to throttle the engines here for max Q. No, Popple. Pero, I don't think RCS is going to fix the aerodynamic problem. RCS isn't strong enough to overcome the aero load. Watch. Ready? Fly on a more conservative flight trajectory here. We'll pitch it over to 80. Right there. And we'll goose the engines a little bit. We've got to keep our dynamic pressure low. I haven't run into that too much, but yeah, I do find that it sometimes has a kind of mind of its own when it comes to this stuff. .5 pascals. .17 is better than what I saw before. I saw 30 before. Yep, 17,000. Max Q. Vehicle's now transonic. I throttled the engines back, chillin'. Kept my dynamic pressure low. That's why I don't push against max Q. It can bend the rocket. No one wants to bend the rocket. Trust me.
Go at throttle up.
Good. Words to live by, Bruce. Oh yeah, absolutely. How are ya? I'm good, man. 39 months. Let's go! I see the AP is high. I got it. Yeah, Fish, a lot of rockets throttle down when they get to this point in descent. Yeah. Control the AP a little bit better. Some rockets intentionally go past AP, like Arion does that. You get better control over your perigee that way if you go past the AP. Man, this thing's still going. Yeah, we gotta throttle those engines back, dude. Heck, the 4 might be too much. Hang on 1 second. Yeah, okay. Just wanted to make sure that our attitude control systems were working correctly. How we coast. Now, Ian, I think if we just throttle it, it should be okay. But yeah, I mean, three in line, like direct actually might be a good idea. Hey, CFT, what's up, man? Saturn V, nice. All right. I'm not sure I like the solar panels riding that far forward. I might end up mounting them here, just because. Cool. Very good. Yeah, because Skylab solar panels were mounted there, you know? It might end up doing that just because. Look neat. If you put this up on CraftShare when you're done designing it. Yeah. Cool. What did I tell you guys? Skylab with a transfer stage behind it. All of this is where they could have done this. It wouldn't certainly would have been easier than trying to do it now, that's for sure. Okay. Cool. Good test. Let's design our lander. Lander for Duna. Lander for Dooner. Dooner lander. Dooner? Dooner or lander? What? Alright, so some changes. Take the solar panels. I want to mount them there because I want to make sure my RCS doesn't blow on the solar panels. That would blow. Or would it suck? Wait. Did I just fart? Wait, what? Chad, are you okay? No? Oh, okay, cool. Alright, sweet. Now, the other thing I noticed is that we need crossfeed on here. And then I also noticed that this fairing is not correct. There we go. Oh, that was you? Alright, well. Alright. Okay, dudes. So move the solar panels out, and now we gotta design a lander. But yeah, throttling back a little ways should be good. What we could even do if we want to get even more crazier is thrust limit our SRBs. If we want to thrust limit the SRBs and get them to burn a little bit longer, that actually also might work too. Yeah, Hellfish, I know. It's gonna be a good day. Now, you know what? Let's go with what we know. Alright. We have our nuclear Saturn V Skylab thing. Now, how are we going to develop a lander? So, I want to have a lander that has a docking port top and bottom. Alright, so... yeah, we can stack it in line. There's relativity launching today in about 3 hours and 39 minutes, dude. Yeah, abandoned. No problem, dude. Is it their first launch rescheduled? Yep. It's their, yeah, it's their first launch rescheduled, man. What a crazy looking rocket that is. It actually really doesn't look bad. I thought extending the second stage and making it nuclear would make it look weird. No. No. That looks pretty cool. Yeah, no, that's all right. That looks fine. Well, Bandit, one of the plans that they had for Saturn V, you know, Apollo application style, right, is int. They wanted to put Titan boosters on the side of the thing. That would have packed a little bit of a punch. Yeah, see? That's kind of what I based this off of. Alright. What are we going to do for a lander? I would like an inline lander. So obviously we want a passageway on both sides for the lander, right? And I have about that for a lander. We need passageways top and bottom. The lander needs to kind of look like this. Now we're going to need docking ports on both sides. Like that. Tubes. How much delta V do you need? Give me a second. Let's go into the trip planner. Duner. So, Duner surface is 1450. We have the mass margin. I don't think it's unreasonable for 3000 delta V from the lander. That way we know for an absolute fact that it's going to work on the first try. Yes, that is horribly over-engineered. But if I aim for 3000 delta V, once again, we will never, ever have to worry about the lander being a problem. Okay? And once again, I could probably get it to parachute down, blah, 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 but this is a first try, all right? We want to make sure we get it right. So let's just over-engineer the frick out of it. Basically do exactly what Saturn V did. Over-engineer the frick out of it, and it'll work. Do you think they did good work on sound design? Well, yeah, of course. Yeah, man. The sound design in this game is amazing. Yeah, Nordic, hey, what's going on, man? I gotta over-engineer it, man. We gotta... time. We only literally have till the relativity launch to get this right. Good to see you, man.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, 36 month, 3 years coming up. Thanks, dude. How's school, man? Everything good? Are we landing on Duna? Mads, that's the plan. I'm building the lander for my nuclear-powered Saturn V. Yeah. This is the last bit of the puzzle, dude. Check this out. Look at that. I got a Saturn V with some not Clydesdales, with some kickbacks attached to it. And then instead of the S2, I just have a nuclear powered stage. And then we have basically Skylab riding on top of that. I'm not saying this would have worked in real life, but also I think it could. That would be pretty rad. No, Relativity didn't scrub, but they're gonna launch a little bit later tonight. Haven't asked in a while. When hop? At yes o'clock. Nuclear powered, well in the atmosphere? It's not a big deal. Yeah, the exhaust from the nuclear engine is not nuclear. It's not radioactive for very long. It basically decays before it, like, rains fallout on everything. But also, I'll be honest with you, with the SRBs and the Saturn V first stage, the second stage is well into space in this design even before it turns on. Just some food for thought. I need a ring like this. I actually don't mind this here. What if we... Ooh. Well, that doesn't suck. That's actually pretty neat. Alright. Get rid of that. Put that there. Put this on the top. Right? And then just... Oh, yes. Oh, yes. I quite like that one, lads. I don't quite like that one, lads. Lads, come back. I didn't just want the tanks to be like floating around. I thought that looked strange. I much prefer them like that. And that gives me an outside place to mount engines and landing legs. See? Now that looks like something that flies through space, huh? How about that? Weird design. We needed landing legs top and bottom, right? Like... But this is good, man. This is real good. And now what we could do is take this, and then I could attach that to the inner node there, and make it so the end node here would be open. Yeah, that's what I want. So because when we go to attach the decoupler, cool. All right. So now what kind of propulsion do we need here? Somebody was saying, you guys were saying thuds. Thud motors would be good. That would actually be really good for us in the atmosphere. Like really good for us. This looks like Boeing's lander, to be honest. Boeing had a entry for a lunar lander a little while ago, and It's kind of what it ended up looking like. Thinking this will survive re-entry without a heat shield? Well, my transfer vehicle, the transfer vehicle is designed to circularize in low Dooner. Low Dooner orbit? Yeah, of course it will. Lunar Dooner. That's actually really slick. I like that a lot. Remember, folks, Drez is a lie. That gives us 1,700 Delta V, though. I don't even think we need that many thuds. Maybe 2? 2,200. No, I'm aiming for 3,000. What's the specific impulse? Is 305, 298. But those engines are super freaking light. $2,700. TWR is 0.7. You're telling me that that has 1.3 TWR and 2,400 Delta V. In vacuum. Hold on a second. Hold up. Bill, test this out for me. Ow. That's what we're calling this. You understand that, fellas? This is going to get called the keg if this thing works how I think it's going to work. Bill! Bill Nye the Science Guy. You weren't expecting that, were you? This thing works really well. The intergalactic kegger. We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here, son. Mars does have an atmosphere, so you can put drogues on it. Yeah, we could. Sure, absolutely. Game. Fuego. Escúchame. Juego. Necesito. El juego es muerto. Saludos. Battle Rock, what's up, man? Ooh. Well, we hadn't restarted in a little while. It was just reminding us. I really hope this doesn't... I wasn't gonna say it. I was thinking it, but it didn't hear me. Oh, this menu works now, by the way. That's pretty neat. Okay. Jazz hands. Just hold me for a second. I gotta, gotta do this again. The clustered motors like that actually work pretty well. That was actually really nice. They really flew nicely, actually. The keg flies very good. Well, I know. It's well. Shh. No problem, Fract. I'm glad you like it. Restart and stretch? I think I'm good, Chris. Yeah, I'm alright. Alright, get rid of that. Make sure we save the thing this time. But then again, I wasn't really taking into account that the game would take a dump like that, but that's okay. So, let's get the engines back on there. How much Delta V does that actually give us? It's 2,500, but now we need landing legs. Like, we gotta add more things. We're not out of the woods yet, short man. Whatever you do, short man, don't touch anything. Yeah, firework, we have to, alright? Yeah, I don't really like how the engines are clustered like this. That's not really what I want. Here. I do have something that might work. This is something that you could do in KSP 1. I mean, I usually precurse most statements nowadays with that. So, take one singular panel. One singular panel. One panel only. And put two engines in mirror. Like that. Now, panels can fuel crossfeed in KSP2. They couldn't do that in KSP1. So, now, if we take this... set it to 4 times sim, right? And use the panel as an engine plate mount. Gee, that's not what I selected, but that's okay. Now they're tucked up in underneath the legs. See that? Now, how much Delta V do we have again? 2287. Something's wrong. Oh, it's the lander. Hang on one second. That's right, the attachment points are offset. Forgot about that. Cool. I really wanted 3,000 Delta V out of this thing. It should be pretty balanced, Eukerman, yeah. I mean, the mass is down, so... And if I put drogues up there, it should be okay. Should be. EV maneuvers? What do you mean, entry vehicle? This thing will go down by itself. Mad Humph, the same thing happened to me, believe it or not. Yeah, same thing happened to me yesterday. Alright. Hang on one second, guys. As much as I love the trusses holding this thing together, what kind of Delta V do we have without them? Oh, it's not that much. Yeah, it's only an extra 100 Delta V. Okay. And don't you need RCS for rendezvous? Yep. This design isn't getting me what I want, Calidor. Yeah, not good. Go bigger. The trusses look awesome. Yeah, they really do look good. Oh, it did not like the undo. Wow. Okay, I'll just make it again. Jeez. Let me look around here. 700. Yeah, why would you do that? Okay, cool. Yeah, that's the way it's got to be. All right, so dump this. All right, now we're gonna need this again. There we go. All right, cool. Now go in here like this, take that, set it to metallic, and I want the metallic parts to actually be metallic. There we go. Cool. All right, get rid of that. Now let me see the hierarchy. How are we going to clamp this thing together? We could literally... Well... Oh. Well, that's easy. Just clamp tube to tube. Hello? Yeah, because those are at the ends of the hierarchy. Because it's truss segment, structural fuselage. So if structural fuselage is mounted to structural fuselage, we are set to jet. This thing ain't going anywhere. Yeah, that should actually hold this whole thing together pretty nicely. But I'm wondering if we can put any other type of fuel tank in here. Like, the Oscar B only holds 85 kilograms, and that thing holds 300. Well, that's a little cheaty. I'm not doing that. That's also a little cheaty. Not doing that either. Guys, this might work. It might do it. It might do this right. I'm not 100% sure. I don't, no, I'm not, no, Aerodite. No, we don't need to do that. We'll figure out a way around the problem. So this is 2200 Delta V, and it's 1400 off the surface. We're gonna have to use parachutes. Some more clipped in the top and the bottom. Nah. There. So drogues should be able to slow us down pretty fast. Put the round one on the top and the bottom. No, that's the way for Kerbals to get through, you know? And then we need RCS on top of this, right? So that's where our center of mass, for the most part, is going to stay, so... But what about when the landing legs open up? Damn.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Callum. Welcome to Mission Control. You go with throttle up. Thanks, buddy. Cool. Do we need solars? Yeah. This has battery power on board, but... some solars probably wouldn't be the worst option. Hey, you can't gizmo the mono tanks in like that. Why not? That's empty space in Kerbal 1, dude. I don't like having the thrusters pointed inwards at themselves like this, but it'll work. Well, guys, there's space down here and space up there to make up for it. Just pretend the bathroom is over there or something. You know, just pretend the bathroom's up there. How are we gonna do descent? I'm gonna have to just gonna have to shave that off. How are we gonna do it? How much monoprop does this thing have on board? 160 kilos. And how much does one of these tanks have? 200 each. Get rid of it. Just got to be careful with the monopropellant, that's all. This does not need a long-range antenna, just a short band. Right there, and then we obviously need a ladder. Donut tanks top and bottom. I don't know what extra Delta V that's going to add, dudes. It's not really going to do us any favors. Thank you. Alright, cool. I like this lander. This thing looks cool. I mean, this will give us, with the drogues, this will give us about 600 meters a second Delta V to land. Human landers. I like it. It's not bad. It's not bad, and it's pretty much the exact size that we're looking for. How much mass is this thing? It's only 10 tons. I don't know, dudes. You know, we get down to the surface and we go below 400 meters a second, we got a big problem. We might have to Mark Watney this. I'll send it in the name of time. Let's send it. Let's do it. I don't want to do 3 landing legs. Game, I'm not clicking on the part, dude. Why bring up the parts menu all the time? Jeez. I'm not clicking on that. This game. Sometimes, guys, this game isn't the ham. It's the whole pig. You know what I'm saying? Hey, funny man. What's up, Clang? Okay, ready. All right. Hey, you little meat. Can you just stop doing that, please? Jeez. All right. Okay. 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 My staging is totally wrecked. Lovely. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Now if he's the lander, yeah, 10 tons. Okay, I'm almost done wrangling all my rockets, okay? There's just a lot of different rockets on this thing that we have to wrangle. Okay, I got all my booters. I screwed up. Did I fix it? Oh, I fixed it. Nice. Nice, 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 nice. We need one more decoupler here, and then we need a separator motors in there. There we go. If for whatever reason wants that to be a fairing, that goes up there. Okay. Also not a fairing. Okay. 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 I think I got it. 4 engines, boosters, separation, boosters, booster sep, first stage sep, nuclear engine ignition, and then that should be it from there. Oh, fairing. Fairing. There we go. Alright, let's roll. Holy heck. Okay. And my struts aren't run. Lovely. Hang on a second, guys. There's one more set that needs to go right there, like that. Okay. That's everything. Unless the SRB struts aren't run. Nope. Of course they aren't. Alright. Go here. Save. Save. Alright. If this goes right, we'll send the Kerbals up. If it goes right. What if it goes left? Well, we're gonna have a bad time. Is there a reason you're not using the curved cone for the SRBs? Separator motors. Yeah. Yeah, so I can place the SEP motors. Well, that was the original intention, but then I actually changed the SEP motors. I don't know. I think this looks cool. Okay, we got liftoff. Cleared the tower. Go for roll program. Roll program complete. Vehicle's now pitching downrange. Okay, throttling back. A little cloudy today. Dude, the shadow on the clouds. Whoa! I never noticed that. Bro, this game though. Sorry, totally got distracted by that. That's cool. Prograde lock. Good booster separation. Pass max Q. What's up, everybody? Are you for real? Don't you dare. Don't you dare! It's probably due to the fact that the game just decided to not run any of my struts anymore, but... Must have missed one, fellas. Why would it do that? I don't understand why it would flip like that right there. The lander and stuff isn't moving around or anything, right? Why would it flip? Why would it flip? That shouldn't have done that. But then again, like I said, dudes, the game just undid all of my struts. Everything that was holding it together. I must have missed one. That's kind of depressing, but it is what it is. We'll get another launch here in a second. Yep, there's a set that's just completely gone. That's good. Restart? Guys, I restarted Kerbal like less than 30 minutes ago, dudes. I don't know why you guys think restarting the game is going to fix this. Restarting the game isn't going to rerun the struts, you know? Like, that's not going to do that. It's alright though. I'm just, you know, I'm patient. It's fine. We'll get it. Alright. That should be it. That's annoying, man. Anyway, let's roll. Yeah, but I didn't do anything like that, Panderific. Oh, Bob, get the fuck off of the damn rocket, man. Seriously, he can launch on the next one, man. Jeez. Trying to sneak in. Get out of here. Boosters are loose. I saw it or not, but yeah. Yeah, Grizz, yeah. I'm starting to lose my patience. This is starting to get really freaking annoying, man. Oh my goodness.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Becox, what's going on, man? Tell you what, sometimes it feels like the editor feels like it's needing me in the cocks. Wait, what? It's like, here, EJ. Ugh! And I'm like, ugh! Oh, editor, why? You know? No! Why? Anyway, thanks for the sub, dude. That guy's like, Necox is probably like, yeah, you're welcome, guy, or something. There you go. All right, save it. All right. I swear if Bob is on this thing, I'm gonna freaking blow a gasket. Okay, I'm good. Tuning in, what's the problem? Wireless Firelord, you know how it usually takes your boy a little bit of time to engineer something? Well, dude, I'd say with the editor, right? The editor just decides to run struts for you. Not exactly sure why. I think it has something to do with selecting something as another sub-assembly and bringing it back, right? Yeah, I'd say the editor has probably wasted, at the very least, a good hour of my time today. Yeah. Between, like, just populating Kerbals back into the vessel, or just missing struts, or breaking, yeah. I'd say at least an hour of my time today. Yeah, it's just... This is all stuff that I'm pretty sure the dev team knows about, but it still doesn't make it any more difficult. Just fly. Okay, we've cleared the tower. Go for roll program. Roll program is complete. Pitch this sucker over. There we go. We have liftoff. Alright, throttling the engines down. There we go. Very nice. Throttle down a little bit too early. That was my fault. I screwed that up. Hey, Whitney. Thanks for the raid. How are you? No reaction wheels? I don't use reaction wheels. Reaction wheels... No, we don't do that. Hey, you're just in time for the liftoff. Hey, welcome, Raiders. Thank you. Hey, yeah, isn't that nice? Great, and you. I feel like the editors kicked me repeatedly in the crotch today, but that, you know, it's good. What's going on, Whitney Raiders? How are you? Whitney, thank you very much for the raid. I do appreciate it. So welcome to my nuclear-powered Saturn V. It's a Saturn V first stage. Saturn V first stage with a S2 nuclear stage, and then a Skylab on top of that. It's quite good when it flies right. Trying to complete the Val level for the challenge by going to Duna. So I'm trying to send the HAB module, the transfer vehicle, and the lander, which is up in the fairing up there, all up in one shot. It's pitching over too much, Gene. If I try to correct it, it'll spin out of control. We'll try. Yeah, this is my Saturn V-N. It's actually a Saturn IV. It only has 4 engines in the core stage. So Saturn Launch System, SLS. How do you know when you're at max Q? Hit F12. F12 will do ya. See? Dynamic pressure, 19.9. Uh-oh. I gotta take it off ProGrid lock for a second. Oh no, nope, that was a mistake. The dynamic pressure is getting too high, guys. That's the problem. Verniers didn't help it. So, the reason why this is so annoying, and the reason why I want to pull my freaking hair out, and this is for the Whitney Raiders that are coming in. The reason why this is so freaking annoying is because I had this vehicle working perfectly. And for whatever reason, I did something in the editor, and now it doesn't work. I noticed that the game started undoing all my struts and running the struts in just random freaking places. Like, there were struts just going off in all different directions. And anybody that's playing Kerbal 2 right now knows you need a lot of struts. You need a lot of struts to get things to stay solid, or else they'll just fall apart. So the game literally undoing about an hour ago, literally undoing about 150 struts that are on this thing, yeah, really kind of screwed me over. Yeah, really screwed me. Yeah, badly. That's why I feel like I've been kicked in the crotch multiple times today. This one hurts to look at, and it was a rag top. Oops. Goalie, why would you link this? Why would you link this with what I just said about how bad of a day that I'm having? Why would you think, oh yes, EJ's having a horrible day. I'm going to show him this. Why do you think I want to see this? What thought process is here? Why do you think I want to see that? What? How does this make my day better? This does not make my day better, man. That's horrible. Why would you link this? That's borderline against terms of service, man. Why would you do that? Oh. The roof is on fire. Why would you go, oh, EJ's having a real bad day. I'm going to link this. It'll change. It shows you it could get worse. Yeah, I know it could get worse because you just made it worse. You just made it worse, man. Damn. Oh, man. I know exactly what that is too, goalie, to be honest with you. I know, I know exactly what's going on here. Fuel. That's your problem. It's the fuel line. Yep. Fuel line blew. Yeah. I know, because it's disconnected and you can see it right there in the picture. See it? See it right there? See that black line? Yeah, the fuel line. Fuel line's unplugged. So that means the fuel line came apart mid-ride. Is the thing with the struts? I don't know. I don't know what caused that strut problem, dudes. Oh yeah, yeah. That's a great video, Pythos. That's a really good video. I showed it one time on stream, and then Dustin copy striked my YouTube channel. So there's that. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Thanks for that. Yeah, seriously, it showed up in the VOD, and he copy striked the channel. It's okay. Yeah. Yeah. because, yeah, for some reason, you know, showing 30 seconds of that footage, you know, means that the entire 12-hour VOD that footage was attached to is, you know, oh, no, it's all mine. Yep. Yep. It's all good, man. All good. Fellas, the only thing I can really think to do is just fly this thing a little bit higher. We're gonna take a Delta V hit, but it's okay. No, it's not I mean, it's Dustin's footage. If that's how you want to enforce your IP, hey, Bob, again. See, that's good. If that's how you want to enforce your IP, it's his prerogative, dude. But you know, you want to show something for 30 seconds, right? Some people think, you know, that 30 seconds of showing whatever is, you know, even if you give credit, right? Like I gave credit, I always do for every YouTube channel, but no, that's not enough. Now I'm gonna claim the ad revenue on a 12-hour VOD. Nice. Yeah, Wispay, it is what it is. If that's how you want to do it. But yeah, it is what it is, homies. You know, it is what it is. All right, we'll fly this thing a little bit more straight, and we'll get it up. Into space. Just go.
Okay.
I'm not gonna do that, Creation. I'm not like that, dude. I don't roll like that. It's grav turning over too much. I may have told it to turn too far, too fast. Alright, whatever. We'll try powering through max Q here. Screw it. It's not something I really would like to do, but it's gonna float. Come on, baby. Dynamic pressure is at 24,000 and increasing, 25,000. Booster separation. Good sep. Vehicle supersonic. Come on, baby. Yeah, fellas, it was a long time ago with that F-22 footage, and don't get me wrong, you shouldn't enforce it. If you want to enforce your IP that way, that's your prerogative, it's yours, right? But yeah, I didn't mention anything about it, dude. It's just garden variety YouTube caca. All right, steeper ascent definitely did us some favors here. I think we're good. Yeah, of course it does, Darkside. I've always said I have no problem with somebody wanting to enforce their intellectual property. That's totally fine. But, you know, if you want to do that, right? Like, if you want to, like, copy strike, you want to use a DMCA or whatever, right? It's, sorry, I'm trying to focus on getting the rocket to fly. You know, like, for a 30-second spot, you can claim the entire video. Like, what's stopping me? XQC has reacted to my stream before. Do I go and copy strike his YouTube channel because I'm in it for 15 seconds out of a 8-hour VOD? No. Because I'm not, can't say that word right now, but, whatever. You get the idea. Anyway, I don't want to talk about this no more. Let's get back to flying this thing. It doesn't count because he's reacting. Well, what the hell do you think I was doing watching that F-22 video? Oh, I was just sitting there with my thumb up my tail, right? Like, see what I mean? Like, this is kind of stupid. AP is way too high. Yeah, played exactly, dude. That's exactly it, man. Yeah. I'm nosing it down on purpose. Don't worry. Okay. He didn't recognize. I don't know how. Never mind. I don't want to talk about it anymore, fellas. Okay. Not worth it. Boring conversation anyway. The orange stage is nuked. Yep. We can actually coast for a second. positive perigee. Oh my gosh, it took us long enough. Jeepers creepers. Yeah, so this is my nuclear transfer stage in here. I put the hydrogen tank inside of an orange fairing because I thought it looked cool. But yeah. So I have my lander up here, but the way I designed the lander is that it has a docking port on both sides. So what I need to do now is send up a crew. Crew will attach here, and they'll ride with the capsule up in the front. They'll ride at the capsule like that, all the way to Duna. Yowzers. So how much Delta V do we have? We have 4,500. That's more than enough to do this trip. Cool. Excellent. All right. Took me freaking long enough. Apollo transfer vehicle on orbit. Save. Yeah, that ascent was a little bit better. It wasn't the best ascent that I've ever done, but it's not bad. Okay, so we go down to the Space Center. Let's go get Saturn 1B. Here it is. Okay, Kerbals, get aboard. Bob finally wants to do this. Val is gonna go and Jebless. Yeah, there we go. There we go. All right. How'd you get the save icons to be all orthographic view? I don't know. After the patch came out, some of them are just like that. What's the difference between 1 and 1B? The second stage? Like the entire second stage? All right, well. All right, here we go. T-minus 10. Staging is completely messed up. What is it with this game today? I've been having this many problems with this before. Yeah, why does the frame rate suck? I'm like doubly confused here. I just checked the staging when I was in the VAB, guys. It was right, which now I'm getting a little concerned. Because who knows what the heck else is wrong with this thing. None of this is right. I don't even have the icon for my launch escape system.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
No, Kuda, you guys aren't understanding me. You guys aren't understanding me. The staging was right in the VAB. It was correct. I know. I looked at it. It was right. And when I put it out on the pad, it scrambled it like eggs. And I'll try to make it work. This seems right. Yeah, I did, Gunny. Yeah. I put Kerbals in and then saved it. That's when I checked the staging. And for whatever reason, this rocket just gives us absolutely horrid frames, which it never did before. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on, guys. Saturn 1B is performing really well, though. So wait, Nova, you filed a report about the struts. You filed a report about the struts. Has it happened to you in your own save? Have you replicated it? Can you confirm what's going on and why? Were you repeat it? Could you repeat the bug, or did you just say it randomly happened with this craft file? Because if you just say, oh, this craft file screwed up, the struts are all messed up, and then submit a craft file and submit a bug report saying struts are messed up, that doesn't help. That doesn't do anything. You know what I mean? Okay, great. All right, well, at least they know they have a strut problem now, but you got to make sure that if you're going to report a bug, you have to make sure it's repeatable. You have to do it over and over again, like testing the rocket, right? Got to do that. That's how you troubleshoot, man. Which is why these ones are so confusing, because they just randomly happen. I'm not seeing any particular thing that's making them, do weird things. Is it undo that does it, Awkward Turtles? I don't know. I don't know what caused it. Ever since I did undo, some of the vehicles aren't. Yeah, that actually, you know what? That's probably it. So yeah, just note to self, don't ever use undo. It's just as dumb as it's just as bad as it was in Kerbal 1. Okay, stand by for Miko. Yeah, for sure, Big Bong. Oh, dude, the sun's illuminating it. Nice. Dude, staging is so much cooler in this game, man. It's so much cooler. Do this manually. Ready? Please don't hit us. Please don't hit us. Ah! Oh my goodness. Here's the launch escape system, Panderific. It's going alright shooting. The game is really trying my patience, man, but it's okay. I let the AP go way too high. Because I'm missing a decoupler in the stage. There's no... that decoupler is not in the stage. And those two things are stuck on my screen permanently. Okay. I lowered the stage down to a point where it's gonna get eaten. Thank you. Okay, there we go. Just got to rendezvous with the transfer vehicle now. That's not getting off my screen anytime soon, is it? Let's see if that did it. Okay, that fixed it.
Go at throttle up.
Excellent. Gene gifted us up to Pythos. Thank you. Yeah, okay, cool. Why are we so inclined Ugh. Jeepers, KSP. Come on, man. Well, at least I have my trajectory. All right. Like, meaning I can see where I'm going, because when we were out on the moon the other day, couldn't see it. I hate doing a plane change like this, but it's okay. Alright, that'll make it easier for us to get to this. Because it's like 118 circular and we're 100 circular, so shouldn't take too long to catch up to this thing and do a nice old rendezvous here. But man, the game's really been fighting us, huh? Really been fighting us. Okay. Almost got the rendezvous in line here. 2, 1. There. Good. Okay. Cool. Okay, here we are. Quick save. How goes the missioning? A little touch and go, but we're okay. Just trying to get myself out in front of this thing. Oh, that's good. Yeah. Yeah, just accelerate this way. Why not? Okay, well, we're here. That almost sucked. Yeah, that was almost bad. Alright, dudes. Here we go. Dude, I time warped it and 5 meters a second is not that much. I time warped it, and I think in time warp, I know in time warp stuff like moves around. I think it may have time warped like not too far, but I think it pushed the ship towards me when we time warped. But once again, could be wrong. Probably wrong. It's probably just me. I'm probably just tired. Come on, baby. Try for it. I don't know what to do. The collider is reversed, Butter. The collider on the docking port's reversed. Or it's just not finding a good reference position. I don't know. I don't know what to do here, guys. My docking ports are all broken, Justinian. Yeah. Spent the entire day building that stupid thing. And now that we go to use it, it doesn't work. We could EVA there, sure. But, yeah. We could try quick saving and quick loading, sure. The docking strength is maxed out, Keembop. Oh, in difficulty settings might do it, yeah. Oh, man. Kerbal's really been kicking my butt today, dudes. Yeah. Looks great for what it's worth. NASA would fire you at this point. Thanks. Would NASA fire you at this? Would NASA fire you at this point? I'm like, dude, that's harsh, but all right. I don't know, dude. I mean, the docking ports just aren't working. What NASA would want to do is figure out the behavior here, figure out why they're not doing this. Basically, they try to fix the glitch. Yep, this mission's DOA. Frick it. Whatever. know what to tell you guys. That sucks. I might just complete the challenge anyway tomorrow or something. Yeah, I need to stop. Your boy's starting to get pissed. Starting to get mad. Yeah, has this happened before? Nope, never seen it happen. Nope, never seen it happen. And guys, like, okay, here's the thing. I don't feel like troubleshooting it right now. I've been grinding out 8 hours straight at KSP, getting all this stuff figured out. Please, for the love of God, don't go into troubleshooting mode right now. My patience is so thin with this game right now, I don't care. Like, I'm not trying to be a jerk. I swear, my patience is running real thin. I don't really want to troubleshoot this. We'll just shut the game off and we'll do something else until the Terran 1 launch, okay? Like, yeah, man needs a beer. Man, you need a beer. That is a huge kick in the crotch right there, man. That sucks. Yeah, I don't want to troubleshoot this right now. I think we have a save where I have more monoprop. Yeah, we have a couple of auto saves and stuff where we have more monoprop or whatever. And, yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Yeah, noteworthy. They're posted Friday afternoon. Yep. So we still have some time, but yeah, that's I'm sorry, guys. Tried my best. It's 2 weekly challenges we failed in a row at Val level. But then again, we still got Jeb level pretty good, so that's why I wanted to get everything else done, because even if we failed with this, we still completed the other 3, which is good. But hopefully, you know, we have yeah, John, well, it's not just as easy as passing it on to the devs, dude. So what I've been doing is after the stream, I go and read the dev chats, and I see really what they're working on, and I have to go through and I have to read everything, and I have to see if anybody else has had this glitch. I basically have to go check, you know, so it's not just as simple as, hey, this save isn't working, here you go. You know, that just wastes time. You know what I mean? So it's not just you know, like, oh, let's send this save off. Like, I got to go see if anybody else is having this docking port problem. Then I got to see if there's like an open ticket for it and stuff. Like, once again, it's not a big deal. I just don't really feel like doing it right now. I don't feel like doing that at all. I don't feel like doing that. So, you know, we got to isolate it. We got to figure out what's wrong. We got to see if it's replicatable. Let me get a good night's sleep. Then we'll do that. Something to keep in mind for the future that looks suspiciously like the bottom cone collider of the launch escape system. It looks wrong for it to be a reverse docking port collider. Aqualex, why did the secondary docking port do the same thing then?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I went to the secondary docking port that we have, and it did the same thing. So it's not that. Could be an inverted collider, dude. If it's inverting a collider in front of, like, I don't know what would cause that, man. I don't know what would cause that here. Let me show you. Yeah, okay, John. There you go. Tasty. All right, so check this out, fellas. You have your docking port, right? Let me just... So, pretend this is the docking port at the top of the ship, right? So you do that, right? And then, you know, we'll like, yeah, get rid of that. And then we'll do a torus here, like this, and then just... Right, and then take that, group it. Okay, so say that this is our docking port, right? It looks like a donut. Say that this is our docking port. It seems like the collider is being inverted on, seems like the collider is being inverted on the pitch axis. So even though the attachment point for the collider is right here, right? If you go up like this, it seems like it inverted it over its attachment point, which is strange. That's really strange behavior. And when I say the collider is inverted, say that's the docking port, right? And then the docking port has a hitbox. Let's say that's its hitbox. Like if you play first-person shooters, you know the hitbox. That's the thing you need to get the bullet to hit, right? So if you inverted the collider, right? And let's just say that this one right here, the top one, is what's going on here. It somehow inherited its position and then did that. It inverted the collider box. It negative scaled the collider box, I think. But I don't know what information it would be getting to get it to flip like that. So I think what was going on there, right, is when we would go to dock, the collider is in the way of the actual docking port. And it's facing in the wrong direction because we didn't see any magnetization. We saw nothing. I would just bonk the thing, right? Now, it seems like, interestingly enough, we attached the docking port here, right? We attached the docking port there. And when you attach the docking port there, it inverted over the forward attachment node spot, which is strange behavior. I'm not 100% sure what's going on here. I don't know. And yeah, I'm not really sure. I'm thinking it was something on the pod, not the main craft. Oh, yeah. Oh, you guys are, you're talking about the pod. Oh. Yeah, that's a possibility. Yeah, because the staging was all screwed up, right? Well, let me check something. So much for not debugging. Yeah, I don't know why I'm booting this back up, dude. Maybe it was some of the liquid courage that we had.
Discovery,
Hey, Norath.
go at throttle
Thanks
up.
for gifting a sub, dude. Sub for your troubles. Yeah, thanks, man. That sucks. It really sucks that that's what's going on. Take a garage stretch break. So this is my debug save. This is where I break things. I don't think so, guys. Hey, no problem, Voodoo. Got you. Fellas, if the launch escape system collider was still there, wouldn't we go to try and dock something and we wouldn't be able to get this close? It was more like we weren't able to get that close. You know? Like it seems like that nose cone was about the distance, but launch it step by step. No, I don't want to. I don't want to. Nah, I'm good. We good. Oh, boy. Sorry, dudes. But hey, we got Terran 1 happening sooner rather than later. Yeah, Oculus, I don't know how you can speak with such certainty about this, but please, by all means. Look, dude, my temper's getting really, really short, man. Really short. I just gotta chill the frick out, you know? Are you staying online? Yeah, we'll be on until Terran 1, guys. Yeah, absolutely. This next kind of like hour was supposed to be to do the mission, you know? We would have timed it so the mission we at least would have gotten to Duna by the time we want to start like coverage, but no. Oh man, that sucks. We'll go at it tomorrow, guys. I'll be fine to go at it tomorrow. I'll be fine doing it tomorrow. We'll figure out. I need a fresh mind for that one. I'm not entirely sure what's going on. Baron just posted this. Insert poo key to select your floop. Okay. It's good to know. Insert poo key to select your floop. Alright. Yep. Okay. Cool. Cool. Alright. Sweet. I agree. Dad joke, what's Baron up to, dude? Did he get a real job or something? I haven't been in the loop, man. Not enough time in the day, and that that's a messed up thing to say, but what's a floop? I don't know. You floop. Insert room keys to select your floop. Insert poo key to select your floop. He's been working a day job. Yeah. Yeah. You gotta select your floop. My floop? Yeah. Yeah, you gotta select your floop. You done flooped it now. All right, you guys want to go in the garage for a second? We'll go in the garage for a second. Let's do waiting in the garage for